Good morning, everybody. I hope that you have already woken up after yesterday's classes and workshops. I'm glad to have you here. As we know already, there'll be more people coming over. So we're starting the second day of Script Fiesta. A few organizational issues. We've got Konrad Aksinovich here with us. He's a very positive guy, one of the most positive people I know. But this in a while. And now let's come back to our organizational issues. Yesterday at 8 p.m. we had registration for Pitch Fiesta for the second session. There are no more places left. There are still places left for the last session. The situation is such that we always have 3-to-1 ratio in terms of the number of authors and producers. We get more producers joining us at Pitch Fiesta, then the number of places will be higher. It doesn't the fact that there are no places left doesn't mean that there won't be any places during those sessions. Once we get new producers on board, we'll also have more places left. You can please register. Pitch Fiesta is a free of charge as everything. And unfortunately, it happens so that people register and then don't come. So there might still be free places left. That's why we ask everybody to be 20 minutes prior to the event, just to sign up. And 20 minutes before the Pitch Fiesta, we're opening the reserve lists. If there are still places, and probably there will be places, those who are there and are within the limit that we have, or maybe they have few places, this way or the other. We can always say, yeah, of course, go there and pitch. I will make this decision. So I encourage you, even if you do not join the list, you're not on the list, I encourage you to come for the Pitch Fiesta, and I don't think anybody will be left without a possibility to give his pitch. So much about Pitch Fiesta. Today we have a very attractive day. We'll finish it with a showing of The Daughters of Dancing by Agnieszka Smoczyńska, whom we're gonna meet earlier today. Before Agnieszka Smoczyńska, we'll be meeting Piotr Wereśniak, who will tell you how to write for commercial cinema, for the broad audience. Even before that, we'll meet Andrzej Saramonowicz, who will share his experience from long years of his writing career, because he wrote in almost any type of writing or creative writing. He was a script writer, he was a writer, a novelist. He was writing for dramas. You know that he has a very sharp tongue, so it will be a very interesting meeting. Now we're meeting a very inspirational guy. He's inspiring young creators not to wait until the sky will open up and the huge millions will be poured on your project, just to grip the reality by yourself and do it by yourself. I met him in Wrocław. At that time I was pregnant. He got on stage. And he did a very good analysis of the structure, and it had so much power. I think it was like 3 hours, and everybody was sitting there absolutely charmed and thrilled. I was also charmed with the personality of Konrad, and since that time Konrad is still working on his own projects. Last year in Gdynia, his film was shown during a special additional session. And it's a film which you realized out of passion by yourself, because you wanted, with a very innovative approach, with a very experimental approach. Yes, and we'll be showing, it's called Wspieranie, we're gonna show it tomorrow in this cinema. Well, Konrad, and dear friends, please give a warm welcome to Konrad. As I said, one of the most positive creators of young generation in our society. He writes, he produces, and he emanates positive energy. All the best. Enjoy your meeting. 3 hours just for you. Hello? Well, I was introduced in such a way that I'm slightly I feel slightly stressed out. You've got this very positive guy who comes over and is going to talk to you about all those things. Listen, I'm here for you today to show you what you can do by yourself, without all the producers, without all the people who are working on your project, just to realize your project. My main motivation is to give you the tips that I'm using, the tips and tricks I'm using at my work. Where, as a director, I would like to help you to do your own films. I would like to support you to win in the festivals. But on the other hand, I do it because in order to be able to tell to myself, well, you see, I'm doing my things. Are you going to are you going to go and do your thing, or are you gonna go and see another TV show at home, sitting on a sofa? What I would like to show you what I'm doing, in order to help you, but also to encourage you and tell and show you that you can do things by yourself. You can do your own project. It doesn't need to be a film. I will talk today about the psychology of creation. It's very important for me. I'll tell you how to use how to make a modern treatment, how a previs, a video treatment. I'll tell you a bit about pitching, about procrastination, how evil it is. I will tell you a bit about my own experience in previs, which I did a few years ago. Previs is a video visualization. Ijak developed that, and it works very, very well. I'll tell you about that. I'll tell you about my film Wspieranie, how it looked from the behind the scenes, all my independent realization of this film. And I would like to encourage you not to have one project, but at least 4, so that you could go around with them to one or other places, one or to different places, because this is how I work, and this is how it's going to work. I'm going to tell you in the beginning of my way, because I would like you to understand how it worked in the beginning. I started filming when I was 14. I fell in love with a girl who didn't come to a date. It was around 11, because I thought, if I invite her earlier to a date, I will have more time to spend with her. Unfortunately, she thought that I might be a weakling who invites girls at 11 to a date. So then I went to the cinema to see Sliver. Do you know the film Sliver? Starring Sharon Stone. And this was the beginning. I started to go again and again to the cinema. When I was 15, I went to a Wrocław's club, a film club, Fossa, and then I started to make films. The first one was a video film. Then when I was 16, I made the film Alabama, and I spent so much time clubbing that I failed my exams in 6 subjects, which wasn't nice. And a year later, I got a prize from the Minister of Education for the same film. I got a prize. I was the best in my year, and I went to Cyprus, and my film got a lot of prizes. And I thought something's wrong there, because in 1 year I get fails in all those subjects, and the next year all these people who gave me those fails are bowing in front of me. It was such a shock. It was a shock to everybody there, and I'm absolutely sure that if they were giving out apartments, I would get one. So this is how it works in those small careers. I went to a film school in Łódź. I tried to get it to Katowice and Łódź, and I failed also. And I said, well, if they don't want me, I just don't fucking care. I went to Australia. I was 19. I flew by myself. My mother paid for my English course. It was like a half a year's English course, and I had a half a year to stay there, and I remained there for 6 years. After 6 months, there was a school, IFTRS. In order to be in this school, you need to be a resident, which means you sort of have to be have the Australian nationality. However, I was about to fly out, but then a friend of mine told me there's another school, and I went there, and I got a scholarship for 2 years, and I really started to develop there in terms of filming. I did films there with people from all around the world. I saw finally what it looks like to be not only in our culture, but to meet people with Indonesia, Japan, United States, Europe, Brazil. It was a huge range of nationalities and cultures. Everybody did their own projects there, but then we had also to do a joint project. We had to have a project that would join all these cultures, and we had to communicate in such a way so that we would make a film. Sometimes we managed to do it, sometimes we didn't. When I graduated from the school, it occurred that it's not as easy as I thought. Nobody wanted a trained film specialist, especially in Australia. When you're not an Australian, you're a Polish person. And many people from my school pals started to leave Australia because nobody wanted us. Even to sort of be a proverbial gaffer or hold a cable in a set. So it was quite a stressing experience. I also had to support myself there. I was in the University of Sydney as a paperboy, and I worked there for 2 years for the money that I earned there. I got a short film at a 35mm film, which was my it was something special for me, but it was such a convoluted film that nobody wanted it at festivals. So when I finally got the residency and I went to the to my School of Dreams, I went to my big portfolio. I showed them. I didn't got it. They told me, Konrad, it's not the time for you. It was 2004, I said, fuck this Australia. I'm here for 6 years. I've been working my hands off. Nobody wants my films. Nobody wants us. Australia is supposed to be so bloody open, and then nobody wants me to make films for them. So I came back in 2004. It was the best moment. I didn't even know about that, because we got to the European Union, and all those dreamers that were to leave, they left for England, for London, for Ireland. And I came from antipodes, from Australia, and my friends were already making hip-hop videos, and I didn't understand what's happening there. I didn't understand the Polish hip hop because I was too long in Australia. I was so long in Australia that I didn't understand what they were singing about, but I quickly got into this. I had no other choice. My mother gave me an ultimatum. She said, you're 25, do something else. You've been in Australia, you had your time, but it's better if you started to earn money. So I had to try anything. So I was a second director of hip hop videos, and quite quickly it occurred that when all this climate of all this aura of a huge director like Buñuel, Kubrick went off me, they still wanted me, and I was in another set, and another person said, maybe you would make another film for me. You have a good energy, and I like you. I like to work with you. At this moment, I got a phone call from a friend. Listen, there's a commercial which I was to do, but I'm so overwhelmed with work that maybe you would write a treatment. It's a sort of a tender. Maybe you would be able to do it. For me, it was a big chance. I wrote it, and I did this first commercial. It was like a very small commercial of like a string for kids. You do hangers out of it. It's a very weird thing, but I did this commercial, and for the first time after this commercial, my friends who observed my 10 years struggle in the film said, Konrad, this is all you. It was like a teacher who said he was like a geography teacher who was then sort of twisted with a string, and then it was said he fell down. But then I felt there was something wrong with doing my short films, because I thought I'm Polanski or Kubrick. You have to do those short studies because there will be a huge book about me. And then suddenly I did a 10 seconds commercial, and my friends say, this is you, this is your character. So I was watching it again and again and again, and I was thinking, what's happening there? Why this is me, and all the rest was so fucked up, and it was me. This is the first thing that I want to tell you, that before you start to do all this, it is worth to ask yourself a question. Not why you want to do it. Of course you want to do a good movie, but who am I? Who am I? Did you think anytime why you're wearing those shoes, not other shoes? Why do you have those t-shirts? Why do you have this hairdo or another hairdo? Why do you like this band or another band? Why this band is your favorite? Favorite band? Write it down, and suddenly it will occur to you that you are the influence of what you get from the outside. I must say that I was brought up by Star Wars, Lego, and Muppet Show, 1980s. But suddenly I discover that when you get more insightful, you get deeper, you find strong sides which nobody else has. You also have those strong sides, like unique strong sides, something that interests you the most, something that really tickles your fancy. From this moment I started to look at the world in a different way, not as a guy who would like to be a second Kubrick or second Polanski or Paul Thomas Anderson, but more how I see the world. When we are looking at the world, we have the impression that everybody sees the world in the same way. I'm looking at a woman eating a banana. Everybody sees a woman eating a banana. No, everybody has a reason, and everybody looks in a different way. Once in a tram, I saw three young people doing sort of a tram bobsleigh run. I was imagining they are on a bobsleigh and they're jumping on this sleigh, and then they're going along the tracks. I had this. I imagined this, and I made a commercial tram, which got the Kreatura Award for the best commercial. And immediately after 2 months, I left Wrocław for Warsaw when I did a huge commercial with big stars for very big money. So when my mother learned how much money I earn in a day, she was totally shocked. And after a week, when she saw that I'm doing videos for big bands and winning awards, then she never mentioned again any other job, because her neighbor said, well, that she saw me on TV, etc., etc. Well, this was also another trap, because suddenly I became this commercial director, and I wanted to do the films. So you see how it is. It's up and down, up and down, up and down. One day, I got a phone call that somebody would do a film with me. Cezary Harasimowicz. It had a very interesting script. It was I found it very interesting, and we went ahead with it. And Lars von Trier wanted to produce this. It was supposed to be my first feature film, but suddenly there was a Romanian project with which Romanians wanted to enter the Polish the Polish market, and we did the Romanian comedy Zamiana with Gąsowski, Tyszkiewicz, and all those people who are very well, very well known. I also got 2 proposals of 2 commercial films. This balance sort of broke down. I didn't exactly know what's happening. My ego started to inflate. I wanted to do it as good as possible. The Zamiana film didn't go very well. The film got a black PR. I got a black PR. There was not too much money from this film. It was a crisis, and suddenly a guy who does commercials, the guy who makes commercials, who does videos, and nobody calls me. It's 2008. I'm 30 and nobody calls me. There's no money. There are no videos. There are no proposals. I don't know. I just didn't know what to do. And at this moment, I decided it's a time to do my own cinema. I started from the scratch. I started to write scripts. I started to attend seminars. I went for London. I left for London to meet to do a Robert McKee once again. He's my guru. I did it once in Australia. It was the second time, and we did the preface. It was 2012 or 2013. Preface is a pre-visualization of the full film, in which you can use other elements, pieces of other films. Pre-visualization is like I can make a stage in here. I can set a scene in here with two actors, and write over them Paris, and that would represent that they are in a spaceship or in Paris or anywhere else. The most important thing is to show a story. Pre-visualization, I will show you the pre-visualization after I finish with all my biography. Of course, I'll move on to the concrete things, to my tips and tricks. I did the pre-visualization of this film in 30 days. I've edited it in another 15 days, and this preface was the best, got the best rate from Mr. Ijek, etc. But it was too expensive because it was science fiction. So I occurred to be in the same place again. But then I got this idea: if we can do the preface of the science fiction film and it works, and we didn't get any money, and we can't really show it to the people because there are the things there from other films, maybe once again we should make a step back or two steps back, in a way, make a very, very simple story, not science fiction, set in our world with only 3 actors, maybe 4 actors, and this is how the film Spirali was created. Today is 2016, so in 2014, in May, we had the idea to make this film. There was no script yet. It was just an idea. It was just an outline of a plot, of a story. In 1 week, we made a booklet for the film, which I will show to you. In the booklet, there was so much information that we got a barter for developing the film, because we wanted to do it on a proper film. The operator bought the film to shoot it, and we've managed to get some good bartering deals. Remember that we also did commercials and videos, so these people know us in a way. However, this was May. In June, with Julita Olszewska, my friend, we've worked for 4 weeks over a script, but we've met every day. I will tell you also why this is so important to work with another person, to work in a tandem or in a team. We did that in 4 weeks. We were always walking around with booklets showing to actors, to producers, to get people interested, so that to make this film in September. We really wanted to do it in September. And in July we also had the first draft of the script. Over August we were doing the casting. And in August we've managed... We succeeded in a way that some independent person helped us in financing the budget. I can't say exactly how much it was, but we've managed at that time to cover the production cost of the film. And suddenly, in September and in the beginning of October, we're doing the film. 30 shooting days. Everyone who has a credit there, like me, the operator, the actors, everybody works for free. The crew obviously got paid, and we've managed to do the film. So much about me. This is, I would say, a very twisted way, but I'm telling you this so that you can see that this is not so easy. It's not like... I know how people imagine this. everybody has this imagination of the career, that one day he will decide to write a script, and he will write the script. Then he will give it to someone who's a director or somebody famous, and this person will fall in love with your script and will give you the money for the script, and you will do the film, and you will be famous, and Dzień Dobry TVN will come over to your house. The breakfast television will film you at your house. Can you help me with can you show me the desktop, because yes, I would like to start with a presentation here. Here I have several things which helped me in doing all those films. I'm trying to I'm using all this technology to help that we have in our computers to help me. I'm using it to help me in playing the director or play. So my first tip is go and buy a software which is called Camtasia. It's an interesting software because it records whatever happens on the desktop. Because what I'm doing, yes, whatever I'm doing on the desktop, you can record it and save it. I could also, however, record this film, or this is very helpful. You can really have a lot of fun with this. I've been doing this workshop for a few years now, and the questions that I often get is it legal? Is it legal to use the music or for your things, for your projects, or the booklet, using the photos for the booklet? Yes, this is only for your own use. If you're watching a film at home, then you can also use make a visualization or preface for yourself. These things will never go public. These will never be sold. So, in truth to be told, this is like a support. This is like a help that will help the producer or the director or someone else to see your vision. This is what you have the TV for. This is what you have the internet for. The first thing that I wanted to say to tell you, I know that you want to be script writers. Try to have your whole film, your favorite film, go run it in Camtasia and go through the scenario and do the visualization, so that you can see that whatever is written in a script is not exactly what is on the what you see on the screen. So I will give you a sample of that. So you see the original script at top, and the film is running at the bottom. It's easier to watch it then. It's easier to learn the art of script writing, and you can also see that it's not exactly, or sometimes it's totally different from the script. You see how long it lasts to read such a thing. I think it's clear to you. I will tell you one more interesting thing. You're sitting alone at home, and instead of watching TV shows, you're playing with the cinema, because it's a form of a play, because it really turns you on, and it really pulls you in, and you can really get a lot from this. I'm doing this a lot with the films I like, because it's the easiest way for me to watch. I'm watching the film and I'm reading how it was written. Sometimes I'm just reading and sometimes I'm watching. Also, what I'm doing quite often, I'm studying the editing, just for my own use. And this you can take a film to work with, your favorite scene, the final cut. This is my favorite scene from the Alien. And what you see here, we'll be watching this whole scene in a moment. However, what is here, I divided it into all settings of the camera, all locations of the camera. Here you can see the master, and very often it's from one point of view of the camera, and this is from the other point of view of the camera. And the third one is from another point of view. I think it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8 different settings of the camera. You can see the cut when it was done. When we come back to the master, in this film, the master really has a huge importance in this film. I don't know if you know, but in Alien, Ridley Scott waited for his. There was a guy already waiting with his paw to surprise them, and the first thing he did the master. You see, this is the master. There's a cut here. Those shoots are here, just to evoke, because they didn't know that something will arise from this from the guy's belly. So he made it by surprise, just to get this element of surprise and to show it on the film. Look at the timeline. This is where the scene starts. And here you've got the master. Look at this guy. And now coming back to the master. Can you see this? Can you see this at all? You can do each film like this. You can really learn a lot. Now look, there's going to be another cut here from the same camera. Pick up the girl, and then the girl will, yes, another one for the girl, another cut, and master. Then we go to another pickup. Oh, something's going wrong. From the other side. From the other side, Hash. Once again, Hash. This is important. He's a robot. Can you see that? It's always master. He did it with one shot. So you can really learn a lot how to use the camera in your films. Now look at the hardcore. Look at how many shots will be here. 1, 2, 3. Another one. Oh yeah. This is master. This is the horror in the faces. It was all made, and now the mastery of cut. Look at how many cuts are here. It's great, isn't it? The effect. I wonder how this would look like in a Polish film in the 1980s. Very well. I'm wondering whether I should show you first video triplet or booklet. listen, I'll just do it in bits and pieces. I will show you at one point. I'll show you a booklet, then the film. Is that all right with you? Today, nobody has time and nobody wants to read scripts. It's horrible, really. But we're writing those scripts. We're showing it to our friends. Our friends say, "Well, it's not that yet." Finally, we manage to make a draft which we really like because people like it, somebody likes it, and then we send it around. But remember that whenever you send it to someone, it's let's imagine you read a script for 1.5 hours. Well, it's 2 hours of somebody's life. Not everybody would like to do that. Even today, there are many people cannot concentrate in the cinema because they are writing messages on, because it's more important to put a post on Facebook, and they don't even have the focus to, they don't have a self-discipline to focus in a cinema. So you can't imagine somebody concentrating on a script. That's why a booklet is very helpful. I will start with a booklet. I do have severals with me. This is a booklet of my film Spirali. This booklet was also evolving depending on how our project evolved. This is the front page, of course. It's a some sort of an image that is depicting the plot, the story of the film. In our case, it's a film about two twisted people, a married couple who are going for a weekend just to split up, but on the way they meet an American hitchhiker who offers them a strange ayahuasca drink, let's say ayahuasca in inverted commas, and it changes their life. So this, from the very beginning, we're showing you here in the booklet this image, yes. This is my production house. So this is the name of my production house, which is on the top. A company of a friend this is the introduction. In this case, we wrote that Konrad and Wojtek, which is the director and operator, we know each other for ages. We've known each other for ages. We did a film Papierośnica for film Spring Open. There's a link for the film that this year we want to make a step further. We want to make a feature film, and here we show the story, as short as possible, the summary of the story. It's worth to have as many pictures as possible in those booklets because people don't want to read it anyway. I'll show you what the booklet looks like after it's printed, and I'll tell you that I already have some experience with those booklets, and it occurs that when you print it on a standard paper, let's say even a colored print, there's no effect. The effect is not enough. You would need a better, like a high quality paper, the glossy one. So when it's a glossy paper, people watch it like this. It's different. Okay, so I'll just give it back. Have a look at this, but give it back to me because it's 1 zloty per page. There's a story here, and here in this film, we had an actor. Who never played in a film, but he was such a crazy guy. I don't know, maybe you know him. Who really got into all those ayahuasca things, and I wanted him to play in this film, so that's I'm showing him. There's a guy who would play in this film. Here I also wanted to say what this in the spiral project, what it looks like, the director's vision. How this is where I explain how I see this. In this case, I want to show you what this project Spirali was all about. Can you see the cursor? If my story is represented by 4 events, First, they go to on a trip. They meet Tamir. They take ayahuasca, and something starts to happen. Then it means I'm starting to talk it from the beginning. This is the structure of my film. I'm starting from this element, then from this element, then a bit of this element, so that this story is being told, and then I'm coming back again to the first element, and I'm telling them a bit more about this first element. So when I'm doing this independent project, then I wanted to find out how I could find myself in such a structure that we get more and more information, but in a spiral way. When you're going with a car into a new place, for me, at least personally, the trip always seems to be quite long. However, when we go there for the second time, we have more information, and it seems that we're already passing this church, which we didn't know before. And then there's this turn that we've seen before. And this is what I wanted to achieve here, that with every turn we have more and more information, sometimes contradicting the information we had before, in order to build a story. It's a sort of an experiment. This is how we would like to realize this film, that we would like to do it on a 35mm film, that it's very important for us. Here the description of ayahuasca, what it is, and inspirations. This is very important, because you have to find a common language with our potential viewer or the producer, or a person totally independent from the cinema. We're showing this booklet to somebody. We showed this booklet to somebody who has a totally different business, and after seeing this booklet, he offered us money. The inspiration. This shows it's like an inspiration board. This is this is what I think this film should look like. It's and also the crew. In the beginning, we didn't have the whole crew. We had only 3 people. But this booklet should be alive. It should be updated daily during the process of preparing the project. So each one of us is described and what we have to offer. This is all the people who would take part in this film. These are the co-producers here, and the cast, and why we chose those people for the cast. Inspirations, how we would like the film to look like. If we could set this film in really those places, that's what we would like to it to look like. But finally, we shot it in Poland. Then that this film could match those and those festivals. It makes sense, doesn't it? Have you also seen something? Do you have like the first point of the point of departure for your project? I will also show the booklet for the science fiction film and how it changed. This is what it looked like. This is the film She. This is my English language science fiction film, which I'm trying to do. And again, main idea. What is it all about? You will also have a chance to look at, because I did a mini documentary related to this film, like a pre-visualization of the film. I'll tell you that the film is even better, because when you're giving a booklet to another person, the other person will not see it. But when I show you the film about the film, then you will know what the actual film is about, because you have to watch. It's like a different world. You can refrain from reading, but you can't refrain from watching. This is how the booklet was changing, with all those. This is the personal statement. The more pictures, the better. I also had my old storyboards to show that I worked over the storyboards. The influences again. This is THX Moon and Solaris, but also Saturn 3. So Demon Seed, Cul-de-sac, Straw Dogs. So this gives you as an impression. Yes. Look at the cast. It's also changing. This film had a different cast in the beginning. We have a guy like Ernest Hemingway. So I take no prisoners here. And once again, the biography, and I'll show how this changed and what it looks like today. So this year, the She booklet looks like this. I have more information. I know better what this robot should look like. The cast has changed. This also, well, I do it on a Pages software. I don't know if you know this software, but you can do it on all types of software. The more influence you have, the better. The more people can see the Ex Machina, another film just to allow you to see what's all about. Yes, and the ideas also changed. It's a bit a more black and white, strange film. This is the booklets should be always alive. They should be always on the move, and as many pictures as possible to show what you have in mind. This will also help when I will be working with a scenographer or with a script writer. These are things from the internet, and I'm showing it only to those people, just like as if I showed a book to you at home. These are my inspirations. The more you work on this, the more inspirations, there is more coherence between among your inspirations. All right. Do you have any questions concerning booklets and this part of my speech here? Because I would like to also my presentation. Because I would like also to get more information from you. I know it's difficult, especially to ask questions, especially in such a big room. But if you have any specific questions, please ask them now. Yeah. Are you working on this science fiction film? Yes, I'm still working on it. I'm working on 3 projects at once. I'm telling you, it's better to have 3 or 4 projects at any one time. I wrote a book, Edison, about Edison. I liked his optimistic point of view, his innovativeness, that you have to juggle your ideas, not work on the one, because otherwise you'll be working on one film for 4 years. You go to a producer, and he will tell you, show something to me, and you said, I've got a great science fiction. I said, I don't like science fiction, give me something else, and you have nothing else. And in this case you have something else. Oh, okay, it's something like Mr. Klacks in space. Well, Mr. Klacks, I like them. So you have much more chance to make a connection. I'm working on 3 projects at the moment, and I'll tell you, my film Spirali is finished. I'm working on a Return to Legoland. I got money for this from PIS, which I'm very happy about, so we can work, which we can go on. But I'm working on She too. The worst that can happen with a project, and this is very important, the worst which can happen to a project is that you will come to a script to a producer, and this producer will tell you, you know what, I like this, it's great, you will do it. Really? Yes, of course, yes, well, let's do it. So what now? But now I need to find money for this. But he has 7 of those projects, and very easily he will put it at some point into a he will close it, you put it in the closet, and then you're done for. You have a project like She was already in the hands of several people and nothing happened. So it's good to write some sort of agreements with or contracts with the producers that you will do something with my film within half a year. If you don't, I'll take it away from you and go further with it. There's nothing worse than a work kept in the closet. So I'm writing Return to Legoland. We're starting the shooting. We're starting the castings. There are some activities that we know about. But in the meantime, I'm working on the She project. Thanks to it, I got a script writer from LA with whom I Skyped for a few months because he helped me with the new version of the script. And tonight I have a Skype meeting with some potential meeting. I don't know anything about it, but I'm working with Legoland. I'm doing a promotion for Spirali, and in the meantime, I'm working on other things. So it's not like I don't have a casting for this film, but when they ask me in Skype, do you really think that Jude Law could be this guy? I said, well, yeah, why not? And what do you think about it? Also remember that Jude Law, for example, in such a booklet, is a typecast of a certain actor we know from certain roles. So if we know a certain star in our booklet, we can quickly understand what sort of character you're looking for. If I gave Woody Allen in my booklet, for example, yes, you immediately change the character. You change the protagonist. It's a sort of a farce, or There's a guy in bespectacled guy in space. But it could be Jude Law, or it could be Boris Schütz, or somebody else. Did I answer your question? Anybody else has a question? All right. So listen now. I'm looking at my booklets here. Are you interested in a booklet for a commercial or for a musical video? Or not really? Could you raise your hand? Yes, well, I can see that you do. Very well. The commercial form is very different. This is where you really have to do a lot of work, especially when you're writing a treatment. It all has to work together. Look at some of them. This is a treatment for a commercial of Neutrogena. Writing something like this, you have to have everything in the climate of this project. So this has to be you have this Scandinavian aura, so that the customer knows that I understand their world. I could as well show Neutrogena in Wrocław somewhere, in the schoolyard, or in Acapulco, but no, this is the world, and you have to keep to this climate. The more you have things like that, the client sees that I understand both the ointment, the lotion, and the company. In the treatment, every person is very important. This type of face, this type of beauty, this type of person. It looks slightly naive, or like those sweaters. It might look slightly naive, but this is all very important. I will show you a bit of a treatment for a Polish commercial. I did a commercial for Loteriada. It's like a Polish lottery. I read the script, and I said, well, it has to be like a lot of fun at the sea. Everybody's having fun, money, tablets. But it occurred, Conrad, that these guys don't. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, it was supposed to be like this. Yeah, fun at the sea. This is the first version. But then they wanted to do it at a different place. And so we did it differently. It is different. It's a difficult thing with those treatments. With the treatments, I sometimes don't even know how to write them, but I'm trying to get a bit of sense of humor in there. So sometimes I'm trying to do things like this one. In the beginning, I say I love Aksinovich's treatments, so that just to encourage them to write. And then we've got the introduction, the story. Each picture is very important because it tells you what should be the atmosphere of the film and whether they should like it. Sometimes you can get over the top. You can do the overkill. Something it might seem that it looks fun, but then they might have a different idea in terms of music, or they imagine something else, and it doesn't work then. I'll show you one more. But I understand that you slowly start to get the idea and get the differences here. You have to be very careful when you select the images, especially of persons. It's like a totally different world. However, when you were talking about musical videos, I'm doing videos in such a way as to visualize my own vision to people who will do that. In this case, it was a video based on commercials from 1980s, so there are plenty of commercials here. So I thought that every person here would hold the CD of the artist, of the performer. I first showed something like this, and now the story. I did it like this. I said that you see the strings. I said I showed what they look like, what they will look like. Then I saw the guy runs. I wrote the guy will run and he will sing. He will sing long week, and he'll hear the girl will sing again. Another scene. Scene number 4. Everybody's singing here. And then it's not like that. It's not only that the director and the artist understands that, but also the costume designer will understand this, etc., etc. There's only one thing which is slightly scary for me in those treatments. It is that if we are basing on things like inspirations from the internet, it means it's something that has been already done. Sometimes it's difficult for me to explain something that I would like to combine or do something innovative because it does not exist yet. So this helps in a way, but at the same point it sort of makes your project slightly superficial. It's like a pastiche. It becomes a pastiche of something that's been already done. But in commercials it works perfectly because those people who pay for commercials, they have to understand if we are in their world as artists. This is the most important part for them. Here I've got another one. The idea, the summary, something like that. Sometimes it's worth to provide links for favorite things or the things that you've done before, and it's worth to do those booklets for everything you do, because those booklets can also help you in self-actualization, in the realization of your work. I'm also a musician, and I recorded a CD a few years ago. Now I'm recording a second CD. So now that I'm recording a CD, I'm doing a booklet. How it's going to be called and what should the cover look like, and it helps me in my activities, in my action, because this is very important. It's very easy to get discouraged. I'm sure you had a situation that you were to write a script, but then suddenly you were watching a TV show and you weren't doing the thing that you were supposed to do. So planning is extremely important. I'll tell you this. I am a master of procrastination when it comes to working alone. I can easily clean the whole house in the morning. I can do just anything, just not to do what I've planned. And I did that, and that's how I was working from the very beginnings. So when I was, for example, when I was writing something for the school, on Friday I was having fun, on Saturday I was having fun, then I was watching, on Sunday I was watching a TV show, then the dinner, then it was like 7 p.m. and maybe I will see this stupid TV series with my parents late at night, and around 10 p.m. I was starting to write. And why did I start to write? What do you think? Because deadline was approaching. The quicker your deadline approaches, the better. And it should be a deadline. It should be a psychological deadline. When I was doing a previs, and I knew that I have only 2.5 months to do that, and I have to organize all this, then I thought, what can I do? What should I do to finish this on time? And I have my friends from Wrocław, my pals, who are very skeptical, and they like to poke fun at me. So I told them, if I want this previs by 15th of March, that you can call me a cunt for the rest of the year. And they said, no problem. And they would call me a cunt for the rest of the year, and I would be really mad at myself. So I organized a plan for myself for everything. I've planned absolutely everything so that it worked, and I'll show you how it worked. Yes, I got it with me. Can you see anything here? I don't think you do. What I'm saying is, I said I started on the 4th of February. I started to make a budget, to do a budget for this. I had 25 days for shooting a film, 55 days to finish the film, and it was going down. 10 days, 21 days. So this allowed me to plan. Then I'll do this, and on the 9th I will do this. When did it finish? There was a moment. It was 4, 3, 2, 1, and I start to shoot the film. And I was shooting the film. And when I finished it, I did very similar thing with editing. Here we've got different things. I wrote everything down, but you have to have a deadline for yourself. Do you have any questions concerning the deadline? No, really. Okay, so we've got, it's 11 o'clock. I'll show you now. Oh, the booklet. Another booklet. The booklet for Return to Legoland. This is what Return to Legoland booklet looks like, and it's very similar here. A link, a story, a climate, the cast, what it's all about. Conrad, I have a question here concerning. Yes, my name's Marta. Concerning the booklet, at which stage of your work you prepare the booklet? Do you have a ready treatment or the first draft? What's the sequence? The first you've got the booklet, then you've got the script, because and anything else, because booklet is to help me act. If I have the booklet, I can really get to grips with whether it's working, whether anybody's interested in this. Why should I write a script if nobody would be interested in it? What's happening here? What's my problem here? In the science fiction film, the booklet is more interesting than the script itself. And I can't get over this, because I believe that this is what I want to show in the script. So my problem is, I'm showing the booklet. You will see the film in a moment. Maybe I'll start with my She film, the science fiction film. So after this film, you will say, "Oh fucking hell, what is this? This is absolutely amazing. It's awesome." And then you read the script, and it's not what you would like to see, because I would like to approach it in a totally different way. So in the beginning we have a booklet, and the booklet will allow you to capture the interest and attention of other people, because it's so easy in the cinema to leave the genre. I've learned a lot about music in the cinema, and I love the music really. I love it personally, and I was listening to David Bowie today. I wasn't thinking about what was his software, what was his instruments. I just love to play music, and that's how I do music. I'm just doing something, and my bassist say it sounds like an Axis, and I say, all right. Why is it so? Because those musicians at their homes have 2,000 vinyls, and they're listening to it again and again and again, and they want to be professional, and they want to go again and again, and whenever they want to try to do something, it doesn't sound as they would like it to sound, but it sounds like people they've heard so many times. And this was my problem with the cinema, that I had 1,500 DVDs. I watched it again and again, and that I didn't learn anything. And this is my newest invention, I would say. My newest idea is that you won't learn anything from just watching a film. I had a situation like this with a girl. I had a new girl. I was saying, "Have you seen Alien?" She says, "I didn't like." She says, I didn't like science fiction, and I said, I show it, and I tormented her with Alien, and I was watching it again and again, and I didn't learn anything from that watching. You can only torment other people with that. Only when it's better when you're making a film, you're absolutely nowhere, you don't know how to do things, then you're looking at your favorite film, and only then you see, well, so this is how the camera goes, and this is how you learn. So, but my advice is not to watch those films again and again, but to do your own thing. Hi, my name is Dorota. The question to the commercial booklet. If we have a storyboard for the crew, and the presentational storyboard is for the client, for whom is your booklet here? Well, the treatments that I've shown here were the treatments for the client. And when you're doing a commercial, it's like this, that you're entering a tender with other people. So it's not like you're just showing your vision or whatever you dream of. Because if you do not hook into what the client wants, it disqualifies you from the tender. In the beginning, I did some very exquisite tenders, disclosing all of my ideas. But then when I saw in other people's commercials my own ideas, I didn't feel good about that. So I'm just showing them, I can do it, I know what you mean, but I'm not showing you everything. There's one more important thing, which was explained to me by my friend about girls. Konrad, you do not understand the girls, but I understand them, and I'll tell you. They work on a reverse pyramid. If you give a girl everything in the beginning, then she gets used to it, like in a marathon. You're running. You prepare breakfast in bed, etc. But at some point you have to go slower, and she will notice that, and she will say, "For a year you did brought me breakfast to bed, and for the last 2 days you didn't. What the fuck?" You see, it's like a pyramid. However, if you show it the reverse pyramid, so it's the other way around. And this is the beginning. Then when you give something extra, something special, once you bring a breakfast to bed, it will be noticed, but it will be as a reward. I think this is also true for commercials and in TV series, and I did it also once in Polsat TV chain, because a friend of mine did something like this. Told me to do something like this. I had so much to offer, and so many episodes, but I decided I will do something basic so that to capture their interest. But with every episode, I'll add something extra. What I found interesting is that during each collidation, they said, "Wow, this camera is standing on the other side. It's a great idea." So this is a sort of a game that you play, yes. But the foundation has to work, and we're living in this world, and we have to we understand this world, and it works. It's a different story when you're doing things out of passion, so that nobody can stop you. Look how many people can stop us in this process. You showing the science fiction show, and the producer says, "Well, can you make this robot an animal?" And this changes the whole climate of the film. Do you need a break? Not really. I'll show you now the video treatment. There'll be a few of them. Let's start with the science fiction one. It's here. Can we turn down the lights for the viewing? This is a visualization of my booklet in a video form, and I want to tell you how it's done. It's my friend Pamir, who's a native speaker on a voiceover, so it's totally different from what you would sound like in English language. The things here are from various films and collected from the internet also.
Isn't this the rule that has passed the test of time? But times have changed, as has man's relationship with woman. 21st century women want to be independent. Today, a man has to take care of his woman whilst living in fear that something strange might come over his partner, with perhaps at times that age-old question in the back of his head, popping up at different moments of their life together, namely, are my children actually mine? Rod Torrent is such a character. Extremely in love with his wife Monica, he chooses life on a desert planet in order to live without this kind of speculation. He doesn't want to be constantly threatened by other men. His case is such that Monica wants to be especially independent, and from the very start of their relationship has made him feel she could change her mind at any time. Moving to a desert planet was supposed to be, for Rod, a happy ending to hard times. The beautiful Monica has had so many admirers, men as well as would-be lovers, that the emigration option was the only solution to preserve happiness and mutual understanding until the very end. This idea of evolutionary dependence is especially fascinating to Conrad. He has read in depth several books on the psychology of desire by David M. Buss. He analyzes evolutionary dependencies between men and women, all states of desire of both, and the choice they each make between husband, wife, constant and fleeting lovers. He also touches on jealousy as man's defense system to ensure that the children are his own, considering that only the woman could possibly be 100% certain that a child is hers. The arrival of the younger man, Alex, upsets this balance. Rod is jealous of the other man because he is younger, he's better looking, and he's not him. Jealousy arises from the complexes of the partner convincing himself that someone else could be better than he. Alex is still immature, a Robinson Crusoe of sorts, who after an accident finds himself on the desert planet with only two other people, Rod and Monica. Konrad Aksanovich is a huge fan of science fiction hypotheses. Philip K. Dick's books are an inspiration to him for critical thinking about different solutions for the future and man's dependence on the oracle or destiny that hovers over him from the beginning of the world. The advent of machines and of perfect androids is to Conrad a clear metaphor for programs in each man and woman. She is not only, by definition, a perfect, attractive woman with shiny hair, long legs, and a big bust. It is also equipped with a simple program to love and be loved, to do everything in her power to keep the man to which she is assigned by her side, and, by all possible means, especially through sex, to try to make him dependent. She employs radical methods, kept secret through the ages, but still used by present-day women. He, another robot, is a simple example of a well-built man, equipped with all the most chauvinistic systems of debasing women in order to keep them on a leash, not letting them cheat on the man using emotional and physical blackmail. She is a psychological film set so far away from the earthly domain that it is possible for viewers to turn off their usual way of thinking and start thinking in an abstract way, asking themselves, what would I do in this situation? Would I cheat on my wife with a perfect android, knowing that this is just another invention of technology? Do I trust my wife to be able to live with her in peace, trusting that she will not cheat on me with the first man that comes her way? Is it worthwhile wondering whether the children are mine? And what is actually most important about this question?
I had this project in my mind for over 14 years. I got storyboards, plans, a lot of photos about how the base would look like, models made from Lego. So I'm very much prepared. I think it's the best moment for me to get this movie off the ground and actually make it. It's not sci-fi. It's not a blockbuster. It's a very small film for people who adore this kind of sci-fi movies as I do. I hope I'll be able to make it as soon as possible because I just willing to make it. This is a good feeling. I just want to make this movie.
the booklet is to encourage people to see the video treatment. And now we're getting to the video. There are many various possibilities of using this spectrum in order to find potential viewers or spectators. After those few minutes, you know more about my project that you would know before. So it's like a pitch for people who can't see me. I can send it to a person to see the link, and more of them will see it than read the booklet. Pitching is the best in my opinion, and over the last few years, it's the pitching which helped me the most, and it helps me the most because usually you approach people from various countries, producers, people who are interested, and there is a bit of stress because you have to speak English and you have maybe like 10 minutes to get through all of this. You can always use such things as this video, but at the same time it doesn't help. It won't get you all the way. You need to have this energy. Last year I've been with the Spirali at T-Mobile Nowe Horyzonty, and I was horrified when 200 people started to see what I'm doing there and showing there. But after that, I had a very good feedback. So until today, the film festivals are approaching me, exactly those people who saw my pitching for Spirali. And also for my Legoland movie, I was in a pitching in Katowice. It's always stressful, it's always nerve-wracking, but then the people are approaching you. I have the same problem, or it's a great idea. People from various countries, you know, and such video helps a lot, because in those, if you're just talking for 10 minutes, you can really be bored out of your mind. I don't know if I'm interested, because you're sitting there like here. But in case of pitching, the video helps you to capture the interest. We're doing the movies, yes, we're doing the cinema, so this is very useful and very helpful. But as I told you, not only this form of showing the film in video treatment helps, because I can also show you how I do video treatments in commercials, and you will see how it differs from what you've seen during the former treatment. I'm talking all the time and showing my visions. As you can see here, I have a good microphone. You have to buy a good microphone. It's very important. It's not very important. It's less important. I mean, it is important what you see, but it's very important also what you hear. Yeah. So I'm talking for 15 minutes. This is for the client. Yeah. It was an important project. I did a film about Poland. We had a big budget. It was a big project. And they selected me because they saw it. Because for every idea I had something I could show them already. I have a similar one here. So this is the Camtasia. This is how you can do it here. I'm talking about storyboard here. There's one more form. You will see if the film Spirali. I'll show it to you right now. We tried to collect money for this in wspieramkultura.pl. Unfortunately, you have to talk. Yeah, this is the script. This is how he wrote it. So this helps really. We've managed to collect 20,000, and it helped us to realize this film. Do you have questions concerning treatments? No, I have a question concerning booklets. I have two questions. The first one The first one is I know Tamir, and I must say that your relation must be really crazy. When I'm doing a booklet for a potential sponsor, can you speak up, please? If I'm doing a booklet preparing a booklet for a potential sponsor, and you have assumed distribution channels and the producer, etc., it is a sort of your ideal, because you write it before you write a script. So what happens if somebody does not agree to a distribution or partnership, and the partner comes over and says, well, we've got a big TV chain coming in, and I'll give you the money. It's like a budget. Yes, it's a budget and financial outline. So the financial outline is a general thing, the budget is the more detailed thing. The booklet should be always moving. It's not, as I said before, it's not like you're preparing a booklet over one day, and then you will delete the pages and PDF version to or PDF software to the bin. No, the booklet should be always on the move. It should be always in preparation. Today we have a booklet with such partners. The policy changes, the partners change, then we change the booklet. Booklet is a sort of a business card of our film. It's the best way to show your project for people in today's filming world, where people really do not have time. I've been to Berlinale once. It is like thousands of people you don't know. You don't know who is who. It's like, I don't know you here. You know me, but I don't know you. And I know that one of the people here will be able to help me with a film, but I don't know who. Or sometimes I meet those people and they give me a bit of their time, maybe 5-10 minutes, usually over a coffee or after pitching, when they have this energy to talk. And then you give them the booklet. Or frankly, they will say, send me an email. And only when they go home from the festival, they will check all this. And maybe it's good to remind yourself 2 weeks later, give them a call and say, my name's Konrad, I talked to you about this film. What do you think about it? I also get reminded by people when they ask me to read something. Then I can always say, I'm sorry, I didn't do that. Sometimes you tend to forget because people have a lot of work to do. You get those mails. Please read my script. What do you think about it? But I'm always on the move. So those people who come back again and again, this is okay. Sometimes I just say, I'm sorry I didn't read, and then I start to read. I pay attention to them. But when we talk about booklet, it always has to be evolving. When you change something has to change the booklet. If your idea for the actor changes, you change it. You change the booklet. Well, I will stick to this distribution. When you're preparing the booklet, are you talking to those people, or are you just assuming that you would want it to be there? When it comes to distribution, I wasn't the one who made decision. Agnieszka Chromicka was the decision maker, and I believe she was also assuming that we could use this distribution channel. The second question is, the majority of those things have a lot of cojones, and it's really fun. Is it better to do it like in a fun way, or better make it serious? Because you're putting in Miley Cyrus, for God's sake. Well, it's an interesting question. This is a difference between doing a treatment for commercials where you have clients and where every time you stumble, it can eliminate you, or a wrong picture or whatever else. It might help the project. It could be exciting or extravagant, but in terms of clients, they don't like it. In terms of cinema, you have to show yourself, because Miley Cyrus will show in me during the first meeting. You have to be frank, you have to be honest and open, I'm talking here to you. I feel that sometimes my syntax is not the best. I'm stumbling through this Polish language, trying to tell you things. This is what I am, and I can't help you with that. And the same story is with my films. I want to show you such films, not different ones. Yeah, but what I had in mind is that, let's say we're meeting the director of marketing of the Castellan Brewery. And what I believe, he's a guy in a business suit. He's very stiff. When I show him Miley Cyrus, he will say, "Well, this kid is just poking fun at me." I don't know how to build this question. For me, this is serious. For me too. Yeah, I understand why you use this. Yes, of course. But when I'm going to this guy from the brewery. Yes, the problem with my film Spirali about money, with the money from the people who are supporting such films, was simple. We can't give you money for a film about drugs. No, it's a ceremony. Yes, of course it's a ceremony, but what am I going to say to a guy in a business suit? It's a ceremony, you just don't know. Okay, I can tell it to. I don't want to burn my bridges, so I will say. You were absolutely right, but what are we going to do if the film is about drugs? Thank you for your attention and for listening to us, and goodbye. But then they usually say, when you're going to have something without the drugs, come back to us. So once I have a film, you see, I have a problem with the Return to Legoland film. This film is a DDA syndrome. We went to Lego and they said we can't have anything to do with alcohol, with vodka. And again, I have a problem. But you see, you have to be open, you have to be honest and sincere. It's very important. Now, it's something I think is worth saying. When we're doing those projects, when we're preparing those projects, you can do it by yourself at home. But there will be a moment when you will have to talk to someone, get somebody interested, encourage someone. This form of thinking, I will try to spin him up because he's got a tie, so it might not be Miley Cyrus but Maryla Rodowicz, maybe not somebody else with a guitar. Sooner or later, it will finally, you will show. This producer, if you are to cheat him and then you will show Miley Cyrus, you will have a lot of trouble with him. So that's why you have an initial agreement. That's why I'm trying to talk openly and sincerely from the very beginning. And this was also a story with the preface. Preface is a film which in reality I should not show to anyone. So people who are acting in this film can't have anything out of it. How could I ask any well-known actor and do a deal with him like, listen, I have a proposal for you, I would like to make a film, the preface for my proper feature movie. If this film will work out, I will do the right film, but you will probably not be playing in the actual film. But I would like you to help me and spend 15 days working on my preface. No chance. That's why I played in my own preface, and it was difficult. But I knew that I can't allow myself to do something like this, because if something happened and I got money for the film, and they would say, "Listen, it's fantastic, it's super, but Tomasz would not work there. You know, we would like someone else." And I would say, "No, I have a deal with him. I promised him." I can't promise it to him. Whatever I can promise, I will promise. But there's a limit to that. Up to 2 days, you could ask certain people to help you. You know, to spend for you, to spend those days for you. And here I would like to show you something more. I've organized a reading of a script for Return to Legoland a few years ago with actors Mikołaj Sebastian and Joanna, and this was yes, there was a poster for this at Facebook We invite people to listen for free. People listened for 3 hours. I invested money in microphones and microphones, and I recorded that. And it's like a radio story, radio drama. Just let me make it visible. I just wanted to say how you use the potential of all this environment of Tamils, because I tried to do it and I failed. Look at this. I invested only in microphones. 400 zlotys I paid to the guy to bring them over and record what they were saying. Mikołaj was the protagonist, Tomek. I forgot the name of this actor, I'm sorry. He was the narrator. He was only reading out the lines that are not heard in the film. All other people were made by all other guys were done by Seba, all other girls were done by Joanna. What is great in a thing like that, the film has 180 pages and it was 3 hours long, and people were listening to this for 3 hours. And I can use this. I can still use this because I already have the whole film recorded, the whole audio. The pieces that are not being said in the film has to be shown. We have a timeline, and you have an idea for a film. You can put it on the top. You can put on the top a photo or a piece of a film or anything, a storyboard which will help you in visualizing this. And then you can also use some music in there. This can be really it's a really total fun. I'm not saying here that once you finish this you show it to producers. It's for your own personal use. What I'm saying to you is that many of those things should be for your own personal use, like storyboards. I'm drawing my own storyboards, and they're not really very good. I'm not very good in drawing. However, look, it really works. This is based on my commercial, and then it is being made in accordance with the storyboard. I'll show you the storyboards for my film Spirali. Whatever you can do yourself, do it yourself. It's worth it. These storyboards are not the best, but I can use them, and they are only for myself. Nobody has to see this, nobody has to review this, nobody has to assess it. This is the guy, and there'll be the next scene here. Why should you draw two things where you can do something like this? I'll show you the storyboards for Spirali. Oh gosh, I opened it in Pages. I thought that it's in a different format. Let's open it like this. I did the storyboards for the whole film here, just to know that if just in case, just so that I know how to go through the film. We do not need to do 5 pictures. This is for myself, so I know that from this one, the main shot here, I will do the pickup of Tamir. I will do a pickup of those people, a detail of the bonfire, the movements of the camera. So this helps a lot. I will do it by myself at home. The music runs in the background, and I'm preparing myself for the film. Anything can happen during in a set, but when I'm entering a set, I'm prepared, and I know that I did a serious work. And you can see here 4 shots, the main one and the 3 pickups. So whatever happens, whatever these actors act out or think, or how what sort of camera I should use, or the whole film, the breather, the music. Here I show that the music starts. Even before I start shooting, I'm thinking how long should the music run for. Whatever you can do on your own, do it on your own. However, once you start working with people, it's a totally different thing. I think that now I would move on to Previs, because this is something that you could do. Who here has done any film from the beginning to the end, like a short story or anything like that? Great. Commercial, very well. Who here did a non-commercial film? Very good. 2 people. Did anyone here do a Previs? No. Maybe 1 person. Thank you. Very good. Previs helped me in 2 things, that's for sure. It forced me to act. It helped me to lose my stress, because this is not a true story. It's like a trial. It's like a mock story. Yes. I didn't need to be 100% prepared. I didn't need any lighting. We could work very fast. 1.5 hours worth of film was created in 15 days. The schedule was very tight, but we've managed that. The editing lasted for 15 days, and what is good in that editing with a deadline, when you have 15 days, you're not working over one scene forever and ever, because you've got exactly written down how many minutes you have to edit during the day. So you have to go on and on and on. You know how to edit longer things. You can go to sort of get fixated on one piece of the film, and then you end up the day with nothing. And in such a case, you have to edit it preliminarily. Once you finish everything, you can only move back to certain points or certain moments. And how to get people interested, I'll first show you the film that I prepared 2 hours after the finishing of the shooting. I think that the crew of Papierośnica had maybe 10 people who dedicated the 15 days into doing this. So what I did in the beginning, I organized a party in which everybody got a plastic Oscar. It was a great party. Using the occasion, I edited a film out of those things, all of the funniest elements, so that they remember where they were, and to show what this project should look like. I will first show you this, and after that I'll show you the Previs. I think it's a very, very interesting form of making movies without producers and anyone else. And this is what Previs is about. Paradox. Yeah, you see, we rented a car. These were supposed to be 1930s, so because the person travels in time, the protagonist travels in time. The boyfriend of my mother is German, so he played all the Germans. All the Germans. I was a director, so this was quite difficult. I sometimes had to give orders to the cameraman. This is our gateway in time. And it is like this, and everybody who watched this understood that this is the time gate, and we hadn't to explain anything. In the beginning, our scenographer added a few trinkets like metal elements, but then we thought, are we going to carry this around all through our city? It looks like bad movies from the 1980s. Let's just paint it green, and it will represent what it is. It's like a symbolic, and it worked. And it sometimes fell. Look how this script works. Whether whether you get interested, whether it tickles your fancy. Ola Hamkała came for 2 days and helped us a lot. So, if we were to make this film, she would play this. Oh. Yeah, this is the boyfriend of my mother. 2 years later, he played with Spielberg. A friend of mine. Well, I think I'll show you a bit of this preface. I see how much time we have left. We still have an hour to go. Do you have any questions to this part? Or no? No. Money. Money is the thing that limits us a lot. It always limits us. Do you have any tips or tricks or stories how it was in the beginning of your journey? You're talking about the microphones, because even you're talking about the microphone for treatment. It's like 200 Polish zlotys, 300 Polish zlotys. Oh no, of course not. It's nothing special. Yes, I understand. This is not what I'm talking about. You have a microphone. It is 300 Polish zlotys. Then you need some other stuff. You need to have something else and something else and something else, and finally you get the costs. It really makes the cost. I can see that you do a lot of things yourself, and this is great. And it develops you a lot. Yes, it helps you in understanding what you mean. You've got friends, etc., who help you, but it did not appear from out of nowhere. Yes, of course, you can't do things without money. However, when I was starting in 1995 and I did my first film, I really had a VHS and a few friends, and that's all. And for 2 weeks I was shooting films during this summer break. And what I did, the winter break. And what I did, I didn't have a camera in 1995, and he was going to Germany for a winter break, and how could I ask him for a camera? I told him, Przemek, you will be the producer of our film, but you need to give your camera. What do you mean a producer? Well, you'll read the script and you will tell me if you like it. So he read the script, he said, I like it. Like a guy is 16 years old. But why is his name is Brian? Because it takes place in Poland. Can he be Bartek? Well, Bartek sounds better. And he was Bartek, yeah. And I had a camera. And he left. And later, after half a year, I invited him for the viewing, and he was so thrilled when he saw his own name written, in the end credits. Come on, when I did it at 16mm film, I was working for two weeks in London as kitchen hand, and I earned my money for the film, for the roles, yeah. Yes, I'm talking more about situations which you mentioned already. If I'm doing a film for a Spring Open, I get everything for free. It's like a possibility to use this occasion or event. Or maybe you've got Ekran by Andrzeja Wajda, and we can also try this. Look at this. Look at Wajda's Ekran. Look at all those events. You have to get there. You have to wait. Just as a guy here said, you can't go all the way. You can't show Miley Cyrus because somebody might not like it. You have to think about it differently. You have to sort of get into a different skin. In here, you can show whatever you like to whatever you like to show. In Previs, it costs this Previs, which I showed you. It costs the cost was 5,000 Polish zlotys because we went all the way. First of all, the crew has to eat, so the food costs. Second of all, we want to show those costumes. We wanted to sort of give it a bit of a kick. We are really crazy about it. We could as well do the helmets out of caps and write SS on them, but I thought nobody would understand this. So somebody would watch it and say, "Oh, come on, it's really dodgy." What I'll show you now is I'll show you 20 minutes of a previs only so that you know how it works. Because if I show you 5 minutes, you will not understand it. If I show you 10 minutes, you will get it. Because you can use absolutely anything in the previs. Yes, of course, unfortunately, you have to invest something. The worst thing that you can do to people is to send them roaming for 10 days when they are hungry. They will start to peter out. It's absolutely natural, and they will never want to work with you again. And they will tell everyone that you're some crazy guy who took them in the cold, and there was nothing worked out of it. So yes, the costs have to be there. I have a question here. Can I ask you a question? How did you manage to convince people who sponsored your papierośnica and whom they represented? I'll tell you like this. I'm 37 years old. I'm 20 years in the business. Yes, I started in 1995. So I do have people who understand me a bit. In this case, we had a friend who has a serious company. He runs a serious business, and I told him I want to prepare such a previs. Give me 5,000, just like this. And sorry, you won't have anything out of this. And he said, "Well, 5,000. Yeah, I can give you that." Does any of these companies had any sort of advantage in their PR? I'm talking about your finished projects. Yes, of course. I mean, in our project we have a well-known sleeping bag. You understand? Yes. Yes, I'm not talking about product placement. How those sponsors could use the fact that they helped you in realizing your projects. How they could use it for marketing purposes or anything else. We never had anyone like that, because a person who invested in our film is a person who has a percentage, who has a commission on this in the case of any sales in the future. So it's like a sponsorship. No, not really. The film Spirali will be there it is like a real film. We know it's not a huge film. We know it will not have hundreds of viewers, but see for yourself. Piotr Strawocki, who played in my film, after my film he played in Pitbull, and in February he became a better known person. That's why we moved with the premiere, so that his fame could sort of wait a bit, so that people who think that he's hot would go to cinema to see the film our film where he is casted, or he's cast. So it's a form of investment. Do I understand well that you resigned from getting money from PISF, etc.? Finally, we showed the film in the Polish Institute, in the Polish Film Institute, and we got the financing from them. Thank you very much. It's like this. Yes, it's a situation when we show them, look what we've done, and they said, well, it looks fine, and they said, we want to participate in that, but until you show something, nothing will be done. It's 12 o'clock. I will show you a bit of a preface so that you can see how it works, and I encourage you to do things like that because it's worth it. I have a question to the organizers. Can't we really turn down the lights for those 15 minutes? Because this could really help us in seeing this film for 15 minutes. And this one, can you turn down the one at the top? You can see it, can't you? film is 90 minutes long. It's a science fiction film about a guy who organized time trips for money, and the protagonist doesn't know it, but he's a national hero, the one who died, and it's connected with a paradox. It's related to the 1980s cinema, like Back to the Future. We know very well that such film would not be produced by the Polish Institute of Film because it's too crazy. But we also know very well, I know that there are many people in this room who would like to shoot such a film. And I know that there are people who come over to me, especially script writers, who give me such films. They give me such ideas. They are really convoluted, twisted ideas. So I really wanted to do a previs. I decided one of the most crazy scenarios I had in my cupboard, and I wanted to try what I could do, which something I wouldn't do with a great budget, with a big budget. This was a great adventure. It's not that our ambitions were low and we didn't want to be perfect with everything. You can see this amateurish look of the film. However, what I've learned is to tell a story. There's nothing than 15 days or 30 days at a set. It was like a second story. It was we had 20 days, 25 days. And here we had 15 days. We didn't have the lighting, but it was generally the same. It was having fun, but we didn't have this a lot of stress that regardless of the mistake we do, something horrible will happen. It's like a previs. I can see some questions here. As you can see, we've used music from different films, various films. When others can use, well, if I couldn't make my own shot, I just selected shots from other films. It also polishes your own filming language. I would never be able to afford shooting from a helicopter, but I could use a helicopter shot from a different film, and it was no going back. So it was like a form of telling a story. I just wanted to tell a story. It's a really nice form, and you can really learn a lot from it. Do we have any questions here concerning previs or this part of my presentation? Apart from previs, have you ever done a trailer of a film, like a preparation for the pitching? What do you think about such form? I tried to do one trailer, but it doesn't give you anything. It's no use, because I understood that apart from the big boom for 2 minutes, the viewer would not understand what it's all about, and I can't show my own director's ability. It's a bit like directors show reels. If we're showing our best shots in 2 minutes, it's a bit like with the actors. They give you pieces in a short view of their work, and I, as a director, I can't see how they play in this scene. I prefer to see one scene from the beginning to the end, so it's better to show one scene from the beginning to the end. There are several scenes in this film are like this. It really gets going. The action gets going. There's a lot of drama. There are scenes which have their own construction and the structure, whatever you need to tell in the film. The effect of a trailer would have to be astounding so to make it work. At the end, I'll show you a trailer to the finished film, to Spirali, just to show you the difference between the amateurish, this previs view of life, and the finished one. You can see how it looks in a different way. There's no amateurism anymore, and this is how it works. But you can have to be able to use this kitsch, this amateurism, to your own ends. The funniest thing after watching of this, I've heard people after watching the previs who said, well, this kitschy character is really convincing, and you shouldn't do anything more with this film. It's great to watch it like that. I have a question here. I left when the discussion was ongoing, so maybe you already said about that. Could you tell me how much you've paid for the shots from other films? As I told you in the beginning, I didn't pay anything, because Previs is a form which is not shown publicly for money. It's a pre-visualization of a film which allows you to show to the people of the story. This story could could get you interested, but it doesn't need to get you interested. It's quite, as I said, it's quite convoluted. This paradoxical way, it's quite difficult to get hooked. So it's very easy to, in case of such stories, it's very easy to lose it, to lose the story. But in this case, people saw the potential. It's more about the potential. So it's also the case of film treatments. You do it for yourself. You can use it because nobody will see it, of course, unless you will publish it somewhere. But you don't publish it. I'm sorry, I can't hear you. You said that you would like to show it in the cinema. Or didn't I understand you well? No, I didn't mean that. It's not a film that is showable in theaters, but in a film Spring Open, when it's this sort of festival. We had a full house of people who watched this film. Yes, it was really exciting because people understood the storyline, and everybody said, "I would like to do a science fiction film like this, or a fantastic voyage. I would do a horror or anything like that." I'm sorry, you won't do anything with this. Why not? Because I think that before someone from among us will do a great genre movie, that it will work. That it won't be a sort of a Polish type of comedy, but it will work as it should work. Then it's a domino effect. Everybody would want to do this because suddenly you would have 4 million people watching it, not 2 million, as is the case with the best Polish movies. Somebody would be excited to sell it, etc. But nobody did it so far, because such film, I don't know. We need to have 30 million to shoot a film like this, and we know what happened to Hiszpanka, and people get afraid of such strange films. We had such a flood of American movies that we prefer to go to see American movies instead of seeing things like that made in Poland, which is a pity, I believe. Well, I'll see what I can also show to you, something of interest to you. Let me go back to my film Spirali. I have a few things here that I would like to show to you. In the beginning, I will start with a trailer. I will give you more insight about my adventure with the film, how it's treated, what happens with it and how it works, because it's not exactly as we imagine it to be. So the film is completed. It's finished. It was premiered in Gdynia. It will have a cinema premiere on the 10th of June. This is the trailer for the film. Have a look. Can we turn down the light, please? Well, this is the trailer for the film. It might be changed right now because we have a new distributor, and the film has a totally different life. People from distribution have a totally different view of the film. This is something which I learned after I started to do films, various films, not to think about one big project. I did the film Into the Spiral, and I've never watched this afterwards. I will probably not watch it anymore. I just sort of cut this off from me and I move on. I'm lucky to have been doing this film for 2 years, but many from the directors I know are working on a script for ages and ages, and they get the money for the film. The film becomes the life of such a person, and at the end of the day, it's just another film, just like another song or just another CD of a band or another performance of actors who get on stage. Every day we get so much new stuff. I don't know how it is with you and your friends, but I have like seven CD premieres, so many films, so many audio files which you match. It's very difficult. You have to understand that even if you love something, you have to put something aside and move on. I really admire Woody Allen for making one film every year and not watching anymore any of those films he did. He doesn't watch any of his film after completion. He's been sitting in the editing room for ages and ages, so he knows every film by heart. I've been editing this film for 6-7 months, very long, because the structure was very, very difficult. It occurred during the writing of the script. When I wrote the script, I imagined that these elements are being put into one story, into this spiral. And this, when I saw this, the cover, and when we had an editor who would put this film together according to my script, we were sitting, and I was to sit and see if this film works. And I had 2 months break before seeing the edited film, so remember another thing. Remember about this thing. I didn't have to wait for money, for pitchings, for a script doctor to come over and say what's better, what's worse. We did the thing, and after 2 months, I'm watching this film for the first time after the cover is prepared, and I'm shocked that it's so bad. I'm shocked that this idea of this spiral is bad. These small scenes which are put in the scene are not tied to each other. They're not understandable for the viewer. The viewer has to have some linear story in order, at least for a part of the film, to understand the story. So also because this film goes in loops. When I put one scene from the second loop to the fourth loop, or first loop to the third loop, it totally changed the whole film. You will see tomorrow how linearity helped the film to be understood. Because as I wrote it in the script, you would not understand anything. So this is this was a big shock for me. I was editing this film for quite a long time with different people, because you get tired, you get weary with time. It was regardless of how much time I spent on the writing, how much we got tired. Starting from 10 until 7, we were going on and on and on, editing those versions, and it was a really difficult process. Every film is different. Just as I was pretty laid back when I was editing the Papierośnica film, and in this case I knew that people will be watching this, that I will be judged. I knew that it's important for me. I knew it's important for me, for the people to see it. I wanted the people to understand the psychology of the protagonists, because it's a film about relations. This is what interests me really. So for me, it's a very important topic, and this independence allowed me to do the film this way or not the other way. To show you I would like to show you the correspondence with the film with this small audience of people. I know about this the film Into the Spiral because I did it. You know it because I told you right now. There are a few people on Facebook. They're at the page. They like it, but the film did not have any PR so far, and probably it won't have any PR because it's a small film. Will not see me in breakfast shows on TV. There will be no billboards out in the city and in different cities. Probably there will be just a few interviews if it goes well. Maybe a few posters in the storage, but our target is totally different. I have a different image of the cinema. I think that people. It's not that I want people to go to the cinema and for them to see the poster and they will enjoy the poster and they will want to see the film. I will maybe show you about 20 different proposals of the posters for the film Into the Spirals, which I liked, and then what was offered to me by the first distributor, and then what will probably be the official poster and why. When I was doing the film, the film for me was always like a Hitchcock film, a bit of suspense. This was my first vision that this should be something like this. I would like to make reference to Cul-de-sac or Knife in the Water or other films by Roman Polanski, imagining that this is a small film for connoisseurs who would see the poster and they would say, wow, this is something. But the thing is, Polish people do not go to Polish movies. So even my friends from background, they would go to the premiere, but they would not pay the money to go to pay 15 or 30 Polish zlotys to see my film. These were my ideas. A bit like drugged ideas, but the drugs do not sell well. This is what distributors say. So they scare away people. So I didn't want to show anything about drugs. I wanted to show a spiral, maybe a car driving but no. Then Swalski, who tried quite interesting ideas here. We had a very good poster by him in Gdynia, but people didn't understand that. Then I said that maybe something like this. Then it occurred that you should have the picture of people on the poster because it should be about relations. So when we proposed this poster, but you can't see who this is. So we tried this one. No, they didn't like it. Then I tried this, maybe a bit of schizophrenic, a bit neurotic. That they are taking some drugs, or no, or maybe something like this. I really went too far, with this one. Finally, the offer of the poster, which almost made it, was this, and this is still a draft. It was still a draft. It occurs that faces are the important part. The faces of the actors. I'll tell you who this is. This is my mother. But this is the most important thing for those people who go to the cinema, like my mother or like anybody else. The majority of people would not go to the Polish film and would maybe read if it's good or not, or maybe see a poster. There were so many posters of The Demon that I was shocked that it didn't do so much money at the box office as it should. It's a great film. It's about a not mentioning the tragedy to which it's related. We thought that maybe this should be. Can you already see where it's going? We are dependent because for the distributor, our film is a product. It's like a bag of spots which he has to sell. It's not that the films are not better than spots. He just has to sell it to someone. Kasia Wanke may be well known among celebrities in theater goers, but she will not draw crowds from among people that we know and like people whom we know and we like and we expect something. I wanted to have totally new people. That's why Piotr Stramowski. I was lucky enough that Vega noticed him and he's in hit. And now Piotr Stramowski is not a Piotr Stramowski anymore. He's the guy from the Pitbull, because Vega discovered Stramowski because even though Stramowski played in my film 1.5 year before. It's a world of PR, public relations. It's a world of sales. So I don't know what the poster will be. I'm not sure what the trailer will be, but it's all important. But you have to think about it too, because we love the cinema, and I would like to have one of those posters on my wall. You can't do just one poster. It occurred, because then you might have. Well, the posters have to be very similar to each other, because otherwise people might have the impression that there are two different films, etc., etc. I won't be here tomorrow, so if you have any more questions, we still have some time left. Yeah, it's like 12 minutes, so I encourage you to ask questions, if you have any more questions to me. The budget of Into the Spiral is 1,300,000 Polish zlotys. It's a budget which has a lot of barter in it. So it was sort of written on the paper. It's 1,300,000 Polish zlotys, but many people worked in barter and helped in barter. I can't unfortunately say how much we've actually spent, but we got financing from PISF now, the grant. I can't provide you with this information because the man who gave us the money asked us not to disclose that. All right, then I think that everything's been said already. Just to sum up, just to wrap the things up, I hope that my strange tools will help you to do something for yourself and not to wait for the big chance or the big producer, and they will allow you to juggle your scenarios and not have only one. I know it takes time, it's time, but this is what it's all about. You have to work, you have to be active, you have to your own portfolio. What I showed you here, the video treatments booklet, I think it helps a lot if you want somebody to get interested in you and your projects. Thank you very much. I think this is all. Konrad Aksinowicz, thank you very much. Gets from us the script cake. I hope that we'll meet many times. I know that you were also leading the workshops in Script Fiesta the last year, also between the Script Fiestas, and we also agreed also on the Story Lab workshop. So you're all warmly invited. If you enjoy the way the Konrad works, we invite you to Story Lab for a longer workshop where you could also go through all this process. Konrad, I wanted to tell you that we have a group of young people from the Warsaw Film School, the students and the graduates who did the film Diversion End. They will be showing the trailer. Do you want to see? Boys and girls, I'm asking you to join us on stage. They will tell you how they made the film by themselves. It's a full feature film. I will not get into too many details. It's like they're like episodes which collectively make a film, and this will be the first showing of the trailer. Yes, so big applause, big round of applause of people who did it by themselves and didn't wait for the big producers who made their own film. This is the future of our Polish cinematography. I leave you with the microphone, and a part of the break is yours. I would like to thank you for giving us the chance to show the trailer. We would like to use the occasion. I just want to say that as Konrad tried to tell us to deliver this message that everything depends on us, and if you want to make a film, we can do everything. We'll be prepared in such a way to be able to find the right people who will help us to do that, and this is true. I hope to see you. Bye. Yeah, please turn down the light. Yeah, creators, oh, those artists, they make films but they don't want to talk. Let's see the trailer then.
I'm gonna be more careful.
No, you're not gonna be careful. You're gonna stop with these stupid ideas. You're gonna quit them cold turkey and you're gonna do what I say from now on. No questions asked. Okay?
Okay, no questions asked. What do we do next?
I think of motives now. Revenge is more than love. I see the kissing hands.
I'm serious. We're gonna wreak havoc on them. You'll never change, will you? You'll see. It will be fun. You bad, bad girl.
Fucked up, man. Fucked up bad.
Yes, you did.
Big applause. I'm very interested. What you can do, just getting on your feet and trying to do it. If you have many script writers here, see if we have any directors and producers here, get to know each other. We have actors here. We have students of acting and people from the students from our Warsaw Film School. Enjoy your lunch break. We'll see again during the talk of Mr. Sramonowicz here in an hour's time. Thank you. I try to invite the person to script Fiesta, the person whom you will see in a moment. I called him many times, but he always answered, I have nothing to say. But he agreed, and I would like to welcome here and welcome to the stage Mr. Andrzej Saramonowicz, a person who writes consequently, and he shows that with what he writes, he can succeed either with his pen or his keyboard. I'm very interested and curious to know what is the I have nothing to say of Andrzej Saramonowicz. I give a warm welcome to Andrzej Saramonowicz, and I welcome him to the stage. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Dear Agnieszka, after such an introduction, it would not be easy. I will certainly try to do my best to prove that I have nothing to say, so that I'm the one who's right. Could you give me just 1 second? I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, it's a technical issue. I think I've heard I have an hour to talk to you. I decided that I will divide this hour into 2 parts. For 30 minutes, I will be talking about things, and for 30 minutes, I will try to communicate with you. If, of course, you would like to, you would be willing to talk to me. If not, then I will finish half an hour early. So, when I was called to deliver this lecture and asked me for the title of this lecture, I said, From Nobody to Millionaire. Of course, I want you to understand it in a metaphorical sense. It's very difficult in such meetings to say something that would be really important to you, which means how to become a scriptwriter, how to become a writer, or how to be successful in this job. Because it's not a good time and not a good place. It works better in individual relations. However, if you hear during the meetings here that it's actually not possible to say, impossible to say how to become a great writer or a great scriptwriter, it is not true, because there is an answer. And I will give you the answer in a moment. So, it is a text written by an American novelist and poet, one of my favorite, Charles Bukowski, and he said it very simply. Apart from what I'll read to you now, I have nothing more to say. The love with you is a hellhound. How to become a great writer. How to become a great writer? You must fuck a lot of women, beautiful women, and write several decent love poems. And don't worry about the age or new talents. Drink more beer, and go at least once a week to horse races and win. It's difficult. And don't forget about your Brahms, your Bach, and your... don't sleep until noon. Evade credit cards and paying for everything in cash. Remember, there's no ass in this world which is worth more than $50. If you're able to love yourself above all, and always be aware of the possibility of a total disaster. Early touch of death is doesn't need to be bad Keep away from bars, churches, and museums. Be patient as a spider. The time is difficult to everybody, plus betrayal, etc., etc. Stay with beer. Beer is a great lover. Make it a bull which enters the arena for the first time, and remember about Hemingway selling Dostoevsky. If you think they were not going crazy in small rooms, such like you do at this moment, without women, without food, without hope, then you're not ready. Drink more beer. You have time. If you don't have time, it's good also. Ladies and gentlemen, this poem has everything. I should stop at this moment, but I believe that you want me to say a few more things. I would like to develop this not as good as it was written by Charles Bukowski. If I were to tell what is indispensable to do this, to work in this profession, I have to relate again to an anecdote from the interview with Jerzy Vetulani. I believe you know who Jerzy Vetulani is, so I will not talk about it. Asked what is the most important part of life, because you always say health is the most important thing in life. He says no, the most important thing is happiness. In order to support this, he said, try to recall the accident of the Kursk submarine. Everybody drowned there. Actually, everybody suffocated there. 116 people. They were all very, very healthy. They were just unlucky. So luck is the most important part, and luck is necessary regardless of all other circumstances and skills that you would have, and moments that you would meet in the life of a scriptwriter. So you have to remember about that. Without that, nothing would happen. Nothing would happen that would allow you to talk about yourself that you're self-fulfilled. What I want to draw your attention to in my speech here is a moment worth noticing. Is a moment in the author's life. Whatever you do, is only whatever you do. There are moments which are conscious and subconscious. The conscious ones are, it's simple. You make decisions. You made the decision to come here. You made the decision to select this or that way of life with a bigger or smaller uncertainty. But you've selected this, and these are the conscious moments. However, it is also worth to look into yourself to get an insight of your life story, to find out where were those unconscious moments which shaped you, shaped this, what you wanted to become, it shaped the scriptwriter. They do not have to relate to your desk. They do not need to relate to your computer or your pen. They can be related to many other elements of your life and moments of your life. It's worth to be able to pinpoint them and find them. And what I'm going to say here should help you. And I will tell you it through my own professional life, because I know it the best, and I can tell you which elements shaped me. And whatever you get out of this, then it's up to you, of course. When I was in a secondary school, I remember I wanted to be a writer. I remember. I say I remember, but it's not exactly true. I forgot most of it. I found some diaries from that times, and I was thrilled to find out that I wrote in my diaries that I will be a writer. It is important so far that to such an extent that in this case we deal with a situation where we have a sort of a premonition. We do have premonitions which we carry in our heads of what we would like to do. It's subconscious, but this premonition drives us. It makes us select certain ways. And also for me, I was directed by this premonition in this way. I didn't do much. I was writing short forms more or less successfully, but I remember this moment. I was already at the university when I decided with my colleagues, we were studying history, so we were history students, so it was nothing close to literature in a direct sense. But each one of us, there were several people who were in our group, I would say a group of friends. We created some sort of literature. Many people wrote poems, and I also wrote some, and I couldn't write poems, so I wrote novels, and we decided to publish our stories and poems. And when we were 20 or 21, we did it. So we had to, it was still censorship in Poland at that time. We had to bring it to the censor. We had to publish it at the Warsaw University. It wasn't that easy. I'm talking about all this because it's also an important moment in the life of every writing person when he gets this feedback that something actually works out. So when I look at this novel, at the short stories I wrote at that time, I feel ashamed. But when you're young and you get some sort of confirmation that what you do is important, that it happens, that it's becoming materialized, that you can hold it in your hand, you could read it, you can flip through it, you could give it to someone. It was very important. It was like a materialized confirmation that this road is important. What do I understand by that for you? Every attempt of going out to the world, which will be objectivized in a way, which gets some objective character. So going outside of your closet, whether that would be a script for a short film which will be realized, or it would be just a short sketch somebody will perform. For you, it should be very important. It should be a very important element that creates you as professional scriptwriters. Such illusion, of course, there are millions of possibilities to get to become a professional scriptwriter, but when you write something just for yourself, and you just wish for it to be your opus magnum, this is an illusion. It's better to find bits and pieces which are successful, because it gets you going. You can always say, well, I succeeded in this, I succeeded in that, so maybe you will be able to achieve much more. It was like this when I started out. The time was much more boring. There were much less events and attractions than now in Poland. So our activities of the young people, which was growing up in the 1980s or early, during the martial law, when nothing happened, when all the clubs, pubs were closed, and when they were open, there was nothing inside. They concentrated on things which we could concentrate on things which would allow us to delve into literature. We spent a lot of time at home, at our homes. We read a lot because there was nothing else to do. I talk about this because it is very useful afterwards when you're starting to understand that you want to write, that being a garbage bin for information in uncontrolled way, by reading the literature, better literature, worse literature, discussions, sometimes banal discussions, sometimes with banal outcomes, is one of the important elements which then are useful in your life. It's like a practice just for the sake of practicing, but it becomes useful afterwards. One of the important moments about which I would like to say, which made me a professional writer who made films which are more or less successful. I had quite a big audience. These are elements not related to script writing itself, but I'm talking about them because they should give you a food for thought. In 1990, I went to work for Gazeta Wyborcza for the sports column. I didn't. It was just an incident. I didn't intend to stay there. I couldn't do. I didn't have anything else to do. It was holiday. They had a sports column, and somebody had to describe the matches from Spanish championships. Somebody told me that I could go there and earn some money. I enjoyed the idea, and for a month I was describing the matches for about a month with better or worse, and finally they told me they would like me to stay there. I enjoyed sports to such an extent as many other young people, but it wasn't my ambition. The moment which I recall as the one which built me as a person was it. I remember it was Sunday. At that time, the printing house was separate from the publishing house. I were to stay on duty in the printing house. I was still there in an internship, so I wasn't exactly an employee. My colleagues who worked at the publishing house said to come in the evening to the printing shop and edit it before printing. At that time, it was much closer to Gutenberg than it is now. The machines were printing whatever was written by. You would put it in special machines. You would use special matrices. These were the final moment of the invention of Gutenberg. So I went to the printing shop. I was even late, about half an hour for this duty, but it didn't matter, but because everything was to be ready. When I entered the printing shop, it was like a very specific place, a very special place, a special community of printers. The guys who the technical crew of the printing business. The technical guy who managed this, he shouted at me and said, well, he used where have you been, and followed by number of epithets, and that there is no material whatsoever to be printed. No material. And I said, how come my colleagues were supposed they're sitting in the publishing house, but he said that nobody came from the nobody came to the editing to the printing shop, and there was no information about sports for the first national edition. And what should I do? I said. I was totally helpless, and they said, you have to do the fucking job. So I went to the room which was which housed the sports section, and what I saw though is difficult to describe, because at that time we had a telexes, and the sports telex was just spurting out information which you had to cut, and it was like spurting throughout the weekend until Sunday night, and this small room looked like as if it was in a cobweb of paper. It was like 150 meters of uncut paper with lots of small printed, lots of information in small print, and I didn't understand this at all. And it was this moment when I thought, Andrzej, why do you do this? Why did you care? You'll be here for the next 2 weeks. Nobody will want anyone from you. They will not even notice. They don't even know what's your name. And nobody will care. It was my very strong personal need to run. I knew it's stupid, but I started to sort of to tear those paper in order to sort the information. I sorted them for an hour, feeling that it has no sense because before I managed to edit this, before they printed, I really wanted to run. But I didn't. And finally I decided, okay, this is a first print, the so-called Polska P. It will be horrible, but it will be something. So yeah, we did it. We finally printed this paper. The next one was better. For the Warsaw edition, it was already quite good. So what I'm trying to tell you is the state of panic of a young artist or a young creative person, if he's not an unreflexive robot. So the state of panic, me against my, this moment of me against my ignorance, and on the other hand, you've got those great directors, great writers, great stories. This is a moment when you really fall into a state of panic, and you are you're frozen. You stop doing anything. You fall into a stupor. There's a huge number of very talented people, and only a small fraction of them does anything. The rest remains frozen with fear. At the end of their life, they start to realize whether they did something or not. They see the sea of negligence. And this moment in my life made me, first of all, an editor, because I decided that I can do it, so I stayed. And in many moments I also became a script writer when I felt overwhelmed with fear with different moments, and I preferred to hide myself somewhere in some mouse hole. And there are those moments that will catch you if you don't break through. If you don't win at this very moment, then you will not be able to win in all those situations which are where you will be put face to face with a challenge. At the moment when each of us sits down to write a story, until the moment when it materializes itself as a film, you see this cone is getting smaller. There are hundreds of thousands of people, actually millions of people, who want to write in the world, but there are just thousands of those who are successful because they are courageous, not because they are the most talented ones. It is because the sum of their talent and their skill of facing the challenges is the best. I would like to point your attention to that. Working for 5 years as an editor in a newspaper, I had a lot of luck, which probably you don't have, but you would use it because I edited hundreds, thousands of texts, important, unimportant, long, short, politically significant, insignificant. For example, about holes in the road, when I was editing the city newspaper, which gave me the ability of polishing the language and precision of communication. Well, you can't see this, you can't sense this precision in what I'm saying now, because I'm not a professional speaker. That's why I don't like to speak out publicly. But at the moment when I'm writing, I'm quite precise. It is a very important thing to which I would like to point your attention. You probably know, you've heard this in other lectures, that script writing has nothing to do with literature. And everyone who thinks that it has make a huge mistake. The script writing has a lot to do with screenwriting, with drama writing. It has a lot of things in common with spoken language. Whatever is important for a script writer is to write down a good dialogue. This is one thing. You have to have a very good ear and a huge talent for this. If you want to ask me how it's done, I could answer you, but not now. The rest are all technical. They are all technical things. All the the more you know the functionality of the language, the more successful you will be, because the producers and the directors will know better what are your intentions. That's one more thing that I would like to mention, using my newspaper experience. Meanwhile, when I was working at a newspaper, it was like a full-blown job. I was getting there in the morning. I came back late at night. So, especially if I had night shifts. After a few years of such a heavy grind, which gave me the ability to know where I should put my commas, which is very useful in writing, I vied for something more. I decided that I will write something else. I was lucky again. I told you already that I spent a lot of time with my friends writing literature in the community where I was brought up in which I was brought up in Bielany here in Warsaw. There were more people who wanted to do that, and with one of such persons today, with a very well-known scriptwriter and a lecturer of the Łódź School, Grzegorz Łuszewski. We were very good friends. We were going to the same school, different classes. We decided to write scripts. We decided this about the same time. I was around 27 when I decided I don't want to be an editor anymore. Neither me nor him had computers at home, so these were old times. In order to write the stories, regardless of the level of the stories or the good quality of those stories, we met in the only place possible and the only time possible, which means we met at the Gazeta Wyborcza publishing house. Whenever I finished my job, he came over at 10 p.m. to my company, and in this big newsroom, at my computer at work, because it was the only possibility to work. We were sitting, devising stories. We were sitting until 2-3 in the night. Then we of course went home to sleep, and in the morning I went to work again. This lasted for quite a long time. Why am I mentioning this? Because persistence and perseverance is one of the traits of characters without which a scriptwriter will ultimately fail. It is practically impossible for you to be in this profession in a financially satisfying way for quite a long time, unless you suddenly write a script for which Americans will pay you huge money, which is not really very probable. Combining these things is extremely difficult, but it is necessary in order to have any sort of job, but at the same time to write in a professional way, which means in a way that takes a lot of time. So this perseverance is extremely important. When I think about it now, I would believe that I would not be able to do the same thing again, to sit after hours during the night and then try to be fresh in the morning as an editor. However, without this, I will not be able to write any of those stories, because at the moment when I really needed to do hard work, I'm used to it. I was used to it. I'm used to work 15, 16, 17 hours a day for a few months, and I don't see it as any sort of sacrifice on my side. I don't remember any situation where I would pay any attention to Saturday or Sunday if need be. Sometimes there are situations where I don't work for whole weeks, but this is now I'm in a situation where I can allow myself to do that. This also is tied to one more thing. After a while, I wrote my first film script. In the way I believed it should be written. It was called Ciało, or The Body. I wasn't really sure what to do with it. I sold it to Canal Plus, so I was very lucky. But they didn't know what to do with this film either. Many directors didn't want to try their hand. They didn't understand this script. Quite often they asked me to simplify it. There's a certain time inversion in this film. First, you have the body in the train. There's the whole story of this body getting on the train, and only then you learn how it got there. Many famous directors said it's too complicated, especially that finally this body should wake up at the end of the film. Well, it's a fantastic. It's an Oscar-winning idea. The body wakes up. I was horrified. A young scriptwriter is really quite helpless in a situation when he's already close. He's already getting a nibble because somebody wants to make his film. His text, he wants to change this text into a movie or a TV series. Oh, I'm sorry, the half an hour is gone and I'm halfway through my speech. I will try to make it shorter. So he thinks that he's already there, and suddenly somebody wants to change something. I had this situation with the film The Body. On one hand, Zanussi told me at that time, sometimes there is a moment and you have to give away something. You have to make a step back because it will bring you to the next level. You will be the author after the debut. It's an experienced author. It's always better since. And this is what I thought. Yes, okay, let this body wake up. But I knew that if I do this, that would be very, very banal, and it would mean that I can't write a script. And then I did something which still seems improbable for me. I went to Paweł Mosakowski, the producer at Canal Plus, and said, I don't want this film to be made. Could we just hold on a bit? And he looked at me like at an idiot, and he said, you're the first one who doesn't want to do his film. And I begged him to hide this somewhere, to put it in the closet, not to give it to the two directors who were to realize this film. In the meanwhile, which is also quite important, I wrote with a friend of mine. I was running a TV show. It was called Half Serious. It's a show. It's one of the things I'm really proud of. It's one of the things that I'm proud of the most in my life. So we decided that during this TV show we'll be preparing some sort of short forms. We used the chaos at the TV, and for each program we prepared a small scene, a small idea, and we knew that they all make we didn't tell it at the TV at that time, but we knew they will all make a feature film. For a few months we did such a program. We had two more ideas, but they were cancelled. We finished this about a certain, I would say, about ourselves, about the producers who change ideas and change the topic, and then we edited this. We brought it to the TV station. At that time, the director was Mr. Piwowarski, and we said, "Listen, you've just produced a feature film." And he was quite surprised. He wouldn't. And as delicate as he was, he said, "What the fuck are you talking about?" And it occurred that we have a film. They sent us to a film festival, to Gdynia, and we got, in the year 2000, we got there the most prizes of all, and that was a great joy. But it was not the greatest joy in my life, because even before they decided that we will go to the film festival, we've shown this film during a special viewing in Teatr Rozmaitości, today's TR Theatre. And I must say that I believed this is the only thing that I did in my life, and I will have no more such film adventures, and that I will not do anything else with my life, because I was so happy when we showed it in the theater at that time. And this is also something that I would like you to remember, this satisfaction that you by yourself, by some sort of ruse, or by some sort of a trick, managed to do this, but nobody helped you, and you did it by yourself, and that people in a in a theater are looking at your comedy and they're laughing. I was looking among them. These people didn't know me very well, so so I could stand among them freely, and they were all laughing, and I was really, really happy, and I knew that I don't need anything else. Afterwards, many things happened, of course, but this feeling is very, very important. It also happened to me later when I wrote a play called Testosterone, and then it was made into a film. I could sit somewhere in the corner and listen to the reaction of the people. I will not exaggerate that if I say it was a cult staging in Warsaw in the beginning of the 20th century. It was played 400 times in Warsaw, and people enjoyed it a lot. But I was looking at the audience not to inflate my ego, but firstly it gave me this feeling that I am needed. And this is a very important thing for a scriptwriter. You get a feedback. I saw those people who are laughing, they are talking, they're happy. I wouldn't know if they were happy for 5 minutes, an hour, or a few days after the play, but then I understood that all my efforts make sense. This is a thing which stays with you forever, because without that, you can inflate your superiority complex, you can fight your inferiority complex, but you do not have this feedback. Once you've got the feedback, you're able to succeed. Without it, I wouldn't be myself. I will try to sort of wrap up because I still hope that you will have a chance to ask me about things. Making Testosterone and Ladies, we were carried by a wave of success, where we thought that whatever we touch would turn to gold, which was also very important. But one of the very important elements of my today's self is that we made a film, an ideal boyfriend for my girlfriend. I like the script a lot. I think it was one of the better concepts I've written, but the film was a flop. I mean, today I have much milder feelings for this film. I mean, the world outside became so stupid that it adjusted itself to my stupid comedy. However, the film was a flop because in 2009 this film was rejected. By rejection, I mean it had only 100,000 people seeing it. For us, it was a rejection. And why did it happen? It happened because after huge successes like Testosterone and Ladies, we were too full of ourselves. Me or my partner Tomasz Konecki, my filming partner Tomasz Konecki, we had a huge disagreement over what the film should look like. He didn't want to listen to what I see in the script, what I want. I think we both we grew in our pride over any possible limit, for which we got obviously scolded and penalized, because the feeling afterwards was one of the hardest moments I remember, and we lost 1.5 million of Polish zlotys each. This was the money that we've earned before, so this moment when you start to understand what it means to be on the top and on the bottom, it gives you the understanding. What else? I think I would ask you better. I would prefer to ask you, because I could talk about turning points if you wish, etc. But I had one more ending here, but I believe that because there's not much time, maybe I will just ask you for questions, because I don't want to discuss any further stages of my life. I think I have a second microphone here, so if somebody took it and managed it. Oh, there was someone else with a microphone down there. Is there anyone who could help? Yes, I think it works now. I have a question concerning the writing of a script. You're writing a script and then somebody corrects it. It's the script doctor, yes? When do you agree for this person to become a co-writer? I was never in such situations, because I never agreed for any script doctor changing anything in my scripts. I was lucky enough that because we sort of we moved away from the off cinema, which was the half serious film, where I could do whatever I wished. Well, the script that I sold, it was the one sold to Canal Plus. It was for the film The Body, and my standing there as a script writer was very weak, because there was nothing behind me. There was nothing standing behind me, and the directors wanted to change this topic. So my script, and my reaction was such that I asked them to stop working on this script. The only idea that I had, even though it was not conscious in a way, was that in the meantime we got a lot of awards for half series, and that's when Canal Plus agreed that we should do this film, and that's why it looks as it looks now, as you know him, and it's liked by people, even though 13 years has passed, and maybe there will be a remake in the UK, because there are ideas discussed today. I mean, the discussions are already closed, the money is being collected, so we'll see how it works. So, concerning the improvement of a script, it all depends on whether the scriptwriter has confidence in those who are correcting. Nobody likes to be said that he did something wrong, but there is a number of people whom I trust. There are a few of them, and this is what I do. However, I would not trust anyone from any TV chains. There's nobody there who knows anything about films. It's only a corporate chutzpah which is behind that. Neither in TVN nor in public TV nor in Polsat, I've never met, for all those years, I've never met anyone who would really know what they're talking about. So you have to be the person who decides. Sometimes you have to go for a compromise, but it is only up to our internal sensitivity. You have to know where the limit is, where you just say no, thank you. And if your copyright is sold, what's your what's your influence on the project? Well, there's no influence on the project if you sell the copyright. We're talking right now about something totally else. Now we're talking about legal things, of course. The person who decides has the one who has the most to say is the one who makes decisions. If I was to give you any advice, because anybody wants to, I understand it's difficult because everybody wants to earn money. I would prefer personally to go and do any other job, no matter what, to be able until very end to be able not to sell ideas. What young scriptwriters do, they go from one producer to another and they're saying, we have this idea, how much do you can get for an idea? Even for a script, and a starting script writer will not get any decent money. And even if you sign this agreement, you will just get the advance payment, because the rest will depend on whether the script is being produced as a film. You will get, even if you a certain amount, you will only be paid a small percentage of the total sum in the agreement. But you're selling the idea. You're selling your own story. If you can hold on to the copyright as long as possible, especially in those initial moments, try to influence your project as much as it is possible. So a script is something totally different from an idea. So try to make it as mature as possible. But these are, of course, individual situations, and it is obviously this is not a pharmacy. So there's always relation between forces which make a film. And in some films, the strongest point is the director, in another one a producer, in some the actors, in some, I could imagine this, a scriptwriter. I believe that in TV shows with the scripts by Ilona Łebkowska, she's the one who has the biggest say, because her position is so strong. I would like to come back to this idea, which the topic which you propose yourself, the dialogues, the ear for dialogues, which are a good start for a script. How are you working on those dialogues? Well, I will not concentrate on the thing that you do not write too much in the stage directions. You try to limit them to the minimum. Script is a form of a drama, and drama is a form which has a sense only when it's spoken. It's not that dramas are written as descriptions, but the dramas are written there to be read and heard. So try to write those dialogues in such a way as that you should hear them being said. What I do is that I speak out all the dialogues of my film. It means that I don't write them in such a way in which I write them down first. Of course, I write down certain ideas, but I first speak my dialogues, because if they have a false ring to them when I say them, the actor will be even less able to say them, even though he might have a better interpreting skills, but he won't be able to do it. The best case is my lecture here. As you've heard for the last 50 minutes, I stumble, I stutter, and I can't hold to one single topic, and this is how it works in real life. Of course, if I wrote it down, that would be much more eloquent and much smoother, etc. But when you talk like I said it a moment ago. So if you write a very nice, long, convoluted sentence, it's better to tear it apart. It's better to not to create a single whole, because this is how we speak. thinking and brooding, and also using body language, and also interjecting things like try to this will be the simplest advice from me. Please speak out all your dialogues yourself. I also would like to encourage you. Of course, scriptwriters do not always have this chance. It's always good to know actors and try to create forms for the actors that you actually know personally. You know them, I don't know, from life. You know them from some informal situations, because everybody speaks in a different way. So listen to the way they speak. Try to write down the same thing, or if you don't have such possibility, but you more or less know Polish actors, then try to write down the same dialogue or the same monologue. Try to write it down as actor X would say it, or actor Z would say it, or actor Y would say it. And then you would see that the same dialogue for different actors will sound very different. You will write down the same content differently for Janusz Gajos, differently for, I don't know, Piotr Franceski. And this is important. This is important to have such a sense, have such a feeling, to hear in your own head your characters. Hi, my name is Tomek. I have a short question. Do you write your scenarios according to some schemes or some frames which you find in books, for example, or you don't need them anymore and you have your own vision and you just write down the dialogues? The second thing is, I was searching for it, but I failed. Is it possible to find some sample of your script writing somewhere on the internet? Because there's very few, I understand, very few things available for us, for those who learn this. I was unable to find the scripts of some great writers, so that I could sort of confront my way of writing and my ideas with it. Thank you very much for about what you said about me being famous. I don't think about myself like this, but just to answer your question, the older I am, also as I'm advanced in ranks, not only in age, the more I stick to the rules and the less I'm running away from them, because I learn every time that they're very, very helpful. When I was writing the script for The Body, and it was the first script I wrote in my life, not mentioning any other forms for TV shows, because they have a totally different structure. I didn't really have any idea how to write it. I just had a notion how to write a script, and according to this notion, I created a script. I thought that something that the time should pass in such a way, and it should not be boring, but the whole structure of 4 novels or 4 stories, which are very sort of mixed up in the middle. This was something that I came up with myself. After years have passed, I realized that Guy Ritchie in his Snatch did a very similar thing. I'm not saying that he copied from me. I'm just saying that we had a very similar intuition, which made me very happy, because I love Guy Ritchie, and I think he really knows how to tell stories. So I would stick to those rules. I must say that the majority of the handbooks for script writing I've read, it was over the last 2 years rather than before, and it was a very good idea, because it reminds you of a thing that maybe you sort of you believe that you know, but it's good to read them and put all the building blocks in place. When I was working in a newspaper, the deputy chief editor-in-chief, Mr. Skalski, always said one thing, which were to teach us something. He said, I perfectly know that Pan Tadeusz was written by Juliusz Słowacki, but just in case, I check it. And this is it. Sometimes we believe we know something for sure, but we mix things up. So it's the same situation with writing a script. It's good to read a pure theory, even if you will be going in a totally new story and if you have a lot of experience under your belt. However, I'm not following whether my scripts are in the internet or not. When I was contacted by the students of theatrical schools because they wanted them for my scripts for some training, then I gave it to them with no hesitation, because I don't see why it shouldn't be so. On the other hand, I've never published my scripts because you can hear them in the film. So if you want, of course, I can send you one, but we have to deal with this face to face. Hi Andrzej, Edyta Orszówka. Thank you very much for appearing in my professional life and for great roles. You were talking about perseverance and persistence. You were talking about. I wanted to talk to you about hygiene and discipline. What does it look like in your everyday life? We go from one idea to another, from one inspiration to another. Is it so that every day, at the same time, you just turn on the alarm clock and you write and write and write? Do you discipline yourself? Do you sort of use self-discipline to write every day? How is it? How does it technically look like? I feel now slightly confused. Without Edyta, it's good to see you here. Without Edyta, Ladies would not be the same film. And the body. I'm really touched and moved that you came here. I wish I had such a self-discipline. I would be in a much better professional situation that I have. I would have many more scripts under my belt. I would probably have more novels. I would not have a feeling of me doing sort of selling out my talent. Of course, I don't have this feeling, and the ideal situation would be, as you probably know, that you should write in a regular way. I know that too, and I never did that because my whole mental structure is a mess. So when I'm saying that I'm used to long, exhausting work, then I have to put myself in a certain framework that I have no choice, that I have an obligation looming over me. And whenever I'm free, I just sit around and read books. So I do not have such self-discipline, and it's a great pity. My dear friend. No, I believe in the moments of illumination, in the epiphanies. However, for me, writing scripts is working 24 hours a day when you don't write, even when you don't write. Your head has to turn into sort of a thrash camera. You have to register everything. My wife always says, don't look at those guys, don't stare at those guys, because they will come at us. This is it. I'm staring at people in the street, even not really noticing it unconsciously, because these pictures they stay in my head, and you have to be fully open. somebody comes and sees a memo on somebody else's desk, and he wants to, and then you say, "Well, I'll read it." Of course, it's not because he works in a secret service or he wants to do something wrong, but you just can't help yourself. It's like incidental writing, you know. Writing is incidental. The most important part is observing. I also write incidentally when I know that all the deadlines are already overdue. Okay, maybe I will ask a question now here at the end. I would like to relate to what you say. I also have no. I also know that if I would write a film and I would devote myself to it, it would not look exactly like I would like it to look, and I would not find somebody who would give me money for this. And I would like you to relate to my idea and tell me about it. I have a person with whom I would like to make a prologue for a film, like a 15 minutes prologue, and basing on this, I would like to make my own decision if there's a sense of going further into this, because on paper you never see that. However, when we have something tangible, even if it's amateurish, even when you do it yourself, you're casting yourself in the film, and then it's easier. What do you think about this? If you are still before your debut, yes? And if you want to know if anything is worth things, it is very risky to give it in the hands of somebody who's an amateur in filming, because I don't quite understand what you mean. If it's a talented person, then yes. If it's a person devoid of talent, this is very bad. But this is also how it works with professionals. I would not be too eager to give it away, because it might occur that your film, even in the amateurish form, would be realized by someone else. I would rather address Edyta Olszówka, who's sitting here, because she's a fabulous artist. No, I'm not telling this to flatter her, but she's truly a great artist. You can always do it without recording. You know, you can always try without recording how it works with actors. Because if there is some true life on the pages where you wrote your script, and not I would say, wannabe, not something written by a wannabe script writer, then the actors will tell you. Edyta will tell you even more. The actors suffer immensely when they have to work for semi-professional script writers. For example, in soap operas, everything is fake there, and actors tell me how difficult it is to play in this. It all looks very professional. People look at that. They even might like it. They get prizes for that and awards. But this is not real art. It is like it's killing the time. Do you know how soap operas were created? The soap operas were created from series, from multi-episode series. Why they were created like this? Why is it in South America? Because they were read to women who were rolling the cigars. You know, they were like rolling on their legs several times, several hours for a day. So these women do not go crazy. There was a guy who was reading to them the story, and of course you read that for years, so you had to create those stories in such a way, and that's how it works in soap operas. I'm sorry, I sort of got diverted from what you were starting with, but I would not give out too eagerly what you wrote. You have to have confidence to the director that he will do it in a proper way. you have nothing left to do but to give this script to read to many persons related more or less with the professional market, and to listen to them. But you have to choose. You have to know whether they're right or not, whether their criticism is justified or not. There's no method that would allow you to part bad advice from good advice, to part good days of someone from bad days of someone. Maybe you gave it to someone who has a bad day. Maybe his child is ill. He's parting with his girlfriend. You know, they're breaking up with his girlfriend. It might happen. It will happen all the time. Even when you will be making films, when you will be making professional films. I used to be a film critic. I'm finishing now. I know I was a reviewer, and I know what's the difference between making a film and writing a review. And I know which state I was in when I was writing reviews for films. My head was totally elsewhere. I liked something, I didn't like something, and then people tend to falsify the states in which they perceive the films, and they say they were always right, always right. Me, as the author of film reviews, I had this very sad experience of being able to read my own review after many years. I saw the film many years later, and I thought about it in a totally different way. And I saw that my reviews from years before were very subjective, and it was simply not right. I can see it from this. I can now see it in other people's reviews. I can sort of I can see when the ego of the reviewer got the upper hand. It is, of course, it's not just because you write the review for 2 hours maybe, and you make a film for over a year. I see there's one lady here who wanted to ask a question. Do we have time for the last question? We have Piotr Wereśniak already with us. I would like to ask you, how did you learn to write scripts? Was it like workshops, or did you learn from anyone who wrote those scripts already? Or was it a friend, or did you study? That's one question. And the second question is, how do you see the proper formatting? Is it like in the United States that if a script in a certain percentage moves away from the right formatting, it's not even being read? Or when it's a good text or a good dialogue, and then you could count on even that if there are some minor errors, it will be read? You see, it touched me very deeply what you said, because in the first part, when I tried to talk about myself, I tried to say when I learned to read, and you asked me where I learned to write. I told you that I learned it all first when I tried my hand at literature, then working in the publishing house, working on the clarity, and then on the analysis of the films I did myself. So the first handbooks I've read were already after my debut. They were very useful, of course, but not in my debut. However, to address your second question, but of course I encourage you. I believe that all the things that you can read today are very useful, and I reach for them very eagerly. But I do not quite understand the question about formatting, because I'll answer you with an anecdote. I have a friend who worked as a human resources guy in the huge company. He looked for individuals in this company, but once he came home with work, then I saw that he throws away all the CVs and applications if they are formatted in a wrong way. And I asked him, how are you looking for individual if you're throwing out all CVs which show individuality? He couldn't tell me. But there are just people like that. They have this sort of clerk's personality or mentality, and they will not accept anything that goes away from a format. Well, you know, a good producer, if you write something on a piece of a banana peel, then he will know it's good, and if it has a good dialogue, he will know it's going to be good, and he will accept it. But I'm not sure if I understand well your question, but I would be very afraid to work with those producers or decision makers who say that if you do not format things properly, then it will not be taken into account. This, of course, can apply to professional script writers, because if we write in a group, and if everybody sends me a thing in a certain format, and one person sends me a banana peel, then of course I'll be angry. But here, I wouldn't say it should be important. I'm ready to answer all your questions. I have a very short question. I want to ask you about dialogues. I'm very much interested how you format, how do you write the dialogues? Do you first stand in front of the mirror and say and write down, or maybe you first write and read it out aloud and see the dissonance between what you wanted and what you actually said? And second of all, did you write dialogues for certain actors? I don't understand why you said I'm standing in front of the mirror. Maybe because I'm writing comedies. When I say dialogue was when I read out my dialogues. No, the mirror is not an important prop here. I'm trying to get away from the mirrors as much as possible, because it's not in the writing, of course. No, I'm sitting in front of my computer. I'm writing down a dialogue. Then, when I write it down, I read it once again. Then I try to divide it into certain forms. I really don't like dialogues when one person speaks for longer than 4 sentences. Of course, there are those elements, and they're very conscious ones, but there has to be, in majority of cases, there has to be some interaction. Someone has to interject something. So even if I write certain idea just because I don't want it to run away, and it's longer, then I'm trying to the interlocutor of the character to break it somehow, to interject something. This is a moment to change the flow, this literary character of the speech. We're trying to get away from the literary form of narration. I always remember I was very much under the impression of the process of the trial of Franz Kafka. It's a very deep, profound literature, and there was one of the jokes. I took the trial to work on it. I was amazed how impossible to film are those dialogues. How much you have to change in order to put it in a video. How to make it palatable or to in any way acceptable for the screen, because we read literature in our head, and in our head it works perfectly. The script does not show in your imagination. It will be read by the actors, and it has to be adjusted to it. I just wanted to know if you were writing dialogues, seeing in your mind a certain actor, and you'd say, okay, this would be a great exactly for this person. Well, from the very beginning, when except for the body, because when I was writing body, I did have certain ideas who should be cast in there. But after those years, when we started to realize this film, there were totally different actors there. But when I was writing half series in parts as my debut, what I did was I went to a powszechny theater to see the Cripple of Inishman. Edyta played there, and Rafał Kulikowski, whom I know. That's why he was there. When I saw them working together and the energy between them, I knew that I have to write for them, and it has to be. And it was very conscious, because later when you get to know the person, you know that he behaves in a certain way, that he has a certain cadence of speaking a sentence even, then it shows in your head. I had the same situation. Can I sort of roll on? I had the same situation when, once again, with the half series, when I went to Rozmaitości Theatre, we had a show from Poznań. It's Fire in the Head. It was it was the name of this play. It was a very strange, ugly, but very energetic guy. And then I learned his name is Robert Więckiewicz. And he had such energy on the stage. He was so, he becomes much more handsome with age. But at that time, he was very, very ugly. I remember I went home. No, sorry. I went to a meeting with Tomek Konecki, and I said, I know who will play me. With Robert Więckiewicz. Who is this guy? I don't know, but I saw him in theater. It must be him. So these are the situations are like that. This is what I said. It's better from a point of view of a starting author. It's better to do the cheapest and the simplest film yourself with the actors that you know, rather than get in a team which will do 678 episodes of a soap opera, because you will still not know too much about the profession. Of course, you will know the technical side, but how to turn your own imperfections into better work, then you will know. You won't know that. I know that you have a lot of questions. I see you fighting for the microphone. Okay, I can talk forever until you kick you out. Okay, so we're waiting for Piotr Wereśniak. Good day. I would like to ask you. I'm here. Concerning the Charles Bukowski's poem, how strictly should you abide by the advice which is written there? And the second one is what you are working on right now, and when we'll be able to see it. Well, I told you, read How to Be a Good Writer and by Charles Bukowski, and apply it literally. You should be very strictly follow this. You should very strictly follow this advice. And I thought that if you want to talk to me, I will prepare the analysis of individual sentences here and why authors should go through this or that stage. But I don't need to do that because you asked me a lot of questions. Well, at the moment I'm working on a script. Yeah, maybe I will make a film this year. But it is still so shaky. It's still there's not much to be discussed right now, so I won't talk about it. The filming starts in August. My name is Agnieszka. My question is about the topic that you told about in your presentation about the turning points. When you're working, how do you discipline your story? Because we know that there's a topic, the imagination machinery starts, the characters start to come alive. We go through the first stage, and then how do you discipline your idea? Do you have at the back of your head during the writing that this structure should be constructed like this, or maybe it is later? You sit in front of this, you sort of or organize things at a later stage, or rewrite the story. For me, writing is the last element before structuring. I start work with a tens of pieces of paper with lots of connections, links, and references. And the structure which takes into account the most important part, which we have to account for, is the passing of time and impatience of the viewer. We have to be aware of that. So this is first drawn on my pieces of paper. Of course, theoretically, I can set this moment, which is called professionally the turning point. Even though this is not a very, in Polish it doesn't sound very well, because not many people can understand what this means. Please imagine that the best definition I found, and maybe this will be the best thing that I will say today, the best definition of this moment in the film was uttered by Andrzej Wajda. When Wajda said that when this American terminology was not known yet, and everything was sort of felt rather than understood. As a young student, I heard from his lecture. I don't remember which one was that. Said, "Dear sir, I will not try to render the way of speech of this producer." But he said, "Dear sir, your story does not have end suddenly," and this is exactly it. Don't forget about the turning point. It's about end suddenly. Something happens, and then suddenly it is different, and this is the turning point. Whether there are two turning points in the 30th minute and the 60th minute in the 90th minute film, these are. It's irrelevant, but without and suddenly there is no story. And this is it. What I said, when we are telling a story, we are struggling in the film with our greatest enemy, which is not our brain or the brain of the viewer. It's not his heart. But it's to be quite frank, it's his ass. If his ass is, if he feels pain in the ass when he's sitting in the cinema, the film is not good. Which means, so if he starts shifting in his chair, it means we're not good at our storytelling. So the passage of time is something that takes all the time. It's when you're writing, you always have to remember that this is your greatest enemy, the time. In the organism of the spectator. With literature, it is like this, that you can take a book. This is a collection of poems, but you can get it and read it in 2 hours time for 4 months. You can have it in your toilet and just reading for like in stages. But this is not how people watch films. If at any moment in your film the viewer will say, "Oh, come on," then he will leave and will not come back. This is the end. Have you ever, if you were bored by a film and you stopped watching it, have you ever returned to this film? I don't think so. And this is the most important part. So this, and suddenly we have to know where to use it. I would like to ask for the value, Dorota, I would like to ask you about the value of the raw work without this expectation of success or this anxiety of failure. When we're how it changed for you during your career over those years, or was it all the same throughout your career? Well, the further the worse, of course. Let's be frank. A script writer, I don't believe there's any script writer who just wants to write a script just for the satisfaction, because a script is not a piece of art. A script is just a part of a work of art. So if you wanted to express yourself, you have much better methods to do this. The easiest and the most economical one is to write a poem. Sometimes one poem is worth more than a whole bunch of films. I mean, if you have a story, you can always write a novel. You can write it for yourself. You can write it for your closet. You don't write scripts for the closet. In the closet, there are only those scripts that were not realized, but not because the script writer didn't want to publish it. It's because something went wrong. I wrote a number of scripts. I had a contract with Warner Bros. I wrote several scripts, and I was paid extremely well for that. But nothing came out of them. Of course, I'm happy that I earned this money because it was a nice situation. But I have this nagging feeling that's so many years of my life, of my artistic life. Yes, so it's a nagging artistic feeling that these films were not created. So I can't believe that any scriptwriter writes just for himself and for his closet. So for everybody who wants to write for themselves, I have my advice. My advice is turn this into a novel. You will have more satisfaction. If you're talking about the pressure, well, the pressure is immense, and the further you are on this path, the pressure is just immense, and it's a pressure which the pressure is being exerted by the world and by yourself. I'm very sort of I tend to underestimate everything that I've done. I believe I should see a therapist about that, because the mountains that are in front of me, these are those that count. I don't really look at the mountains I've already where I already reached the top, because it's already past. However, of course, there is a pressure to do something different, something else, something more. And this, hi Peter, and it becomes unbearable. I think I have to finish now. Some unexpected meeting that we haven't planned. The script Fiesta is a big surprise. Andrzej Saramonowicz, Piotr Wereśniak, and on one stage. If you could continue, please, because I'm very interested in this ending that we haven't heard. I would also ask for some good advice for scriptwriters, and so that you don't leave us already. What's your good advice for the scriptwriters? It is this question. It's a killer question. Don't trust anyone who will be assessing your scripts, including yourselves. How you will understand this, it's your business. Thank you very much. Yeah, we would like to have have a 5 minutes break maybe, and we're crossing our fingers for your works and for whatever you write. I will be glad to read that. Thank you very much, and big applause for Andrzej Saramonowicz. Piotr Wereśniak asked if we won't give you a short break. Let's give you a short break so that the interpreter could have a rest and you could use the toilet or whatever. We'll start in 5 minutes. Okay, I would like to ask volunteers to remind everyone who wants to get into this meeting to come here into this room. I would like to remind you that we also have a viewing today, and we have a session of reading the script. We have the consulting sessions, and I believe that we can slowly get to a slow start. I would like to greet once again Piotr Wereśniak to Script Fiesta. This is not your debut in Script Fiesta. We've met during the first one, I believe. Then we had a chat. Yes, we had an interview with you a year or 2 years ago. So good to have you here, Piotr Wereśniak, who likes to do commercial films. He likes good commercial movie. He's doing this to great success for years now. And now he will share your experience and knowledge and good advice how to write good script for commercial cinema, for blockbuster cinema, for mainstream cinema. All right, I've heard even before that you are eager to ask questions. Therefore, it's not that there will be only questions to me. No. I will give you I will talk here. I will give you a presentation, but I will try to make it slightly shorter so that there is a time for questions. Especially that we have beautiful sun outside, and it's really fantastic to be out. So that the next guest, Agnieszka Smoczyńska, would not wait for us for too long. As Agnieszka said, I'm a representative for over 20 years. I'm a representative of I would say pop cinema, a cinema for a wide audience. And now I have to sort of explain myself so that we could talk about this. I need to give you definitions of certain terms, but before I give you those definitions and tell you what is exactly a cinema for wide audience, I would like to give you a warning. I understand that we have script writers in here, or people who are interested in writing scripts. I had to warn you before people to warn you against this commercial cinema, because it's horrible. It's tiring. It's a real chore. It's really difficult. It's really unforgiving. Where people who meet there, the wretches who will be, the people who work there will be wretched. They will meet a total hatred from everywhere. I am everybody in the cinema. I'm a scriptwriter, a director, and a producer. I wrote also 2 books. So I wrote 2 novels. So I know this very well. I've worked in this business for over 20 years. The Killer, which was my first script. It was in 1997. It was Killer it was realized by the director Machulski. It was many years ago. We premiered with our film 7 Things You Don't Know About Guys. I was the director and the script writer. Then I heard we had 250,000 people in the cinemas, and it was a lot of people. So everything was very good. Everybody was happy. And suddenly, we have a phone call from a director from this film, Kinga Lewińska, who entered the commercial cinema for the first time, and for the first time she directed a big film for private money, which had to give a return on investment, which had to draw large crowds to the theaters. And she called me, and she was crying. She was crying into the phone. She wrote to me as the producer of the film, and she was crying that in the internet she read so many reviews of the films, which were it crushed her. They were totally unforgiving. So suddenly the director had this strange dissonance. On one hand, we've got huge huge crowds gathering, huge audiences who come to see the film, and we really had a very good result. So we had over 1,100,000 people, which is a great success in terms of number of Polish cinema goers. In internet, it was a total rejection and a total hate, and she broke down. And my role was to tell her that this is a standard situation. This is exactly what I'm telling you. You can decide to make a festival movies, and then it's great. Even if the film you do is bad, but when you're doing for a wide mass audience, whatever you do, you will be kicked in the ass. Whether it's a flop or it's a great success and it's loved later by people, you always get hit in the ass. You don't go to festivals. If you like to go for free for festival, then don't go into commercial movies, because you won't go anywhere. Because the international festivals and the nice places such as Berlin, Cannes, Venice, San Sebastian, you can sort of list that tens and tens of towns where these festivals take place. They do not accept such movies. They are not interested in comedy, for example. What is a comedy? So if you decide to follow this artistic path, well, you have a problem. You have a problem because I was in one film festival. I was once in my life in a film festival with a film which is considered the most artistic film I've done, which it's called The Station. All other films I've done are comedies and TV series or TV shows. It doesn't matter whether it's a film or TV show, because a TV series is just a film in episodes. If you've got a director and you've got actors and you've got a producer, then you've got a film, and whether it's in episodes is a secondary issue. Generally, it's always a meeting with the audience, with meeting the widest audience possible. And apart from the warning that I gave you in the beginning, this is absolutely true. It's not a joke. This is the situation in Poland. I don't know if you observe those Raspberry Awards in the United States. These are these are like haters award for the films which people don't like. Adam Sandberg, who gets those raspberries one time after the other. At the moment, it's one of the biggest stars in the comedy world, and Netflix signed an agreement with him for the 4 consecutive films, because the statistics in websites show that everybody wants to see Adam Sandler. Basing on those statistics, where you exactly know who turns on which show at which point, even though Adam Sandler gets all the information that he's stupid, everybody writes he has no talent, and they gave him a golden raspberry, people want to watch it. So when you make a decision on what sort of cinema you want to do, you have to understand the consequences, because these consequences are such that later the director who's just starting out, she made a film which people like very much in cinemas, and she's crying, And now I will tell you what I mean when I'm saying a cinema for wide audience. The films for wide audience, it's a cinema which gets a good result at not only at the box office, but also not only in TV. There are films which don't work in cinemas or theaters, but they work very well. They sometimes can do very well on TV. By this I mean a cinema which gets a good result in the long run, during years and years. There are films which you know them by heart. People people watch them again and again. It's like Sami Swoi. It's like a trilogy which everybody knows in Poland. Everybody watches it. I can see that that you don't remember the times when the film appeared in the cinema for the first time. So it was a good film. It was fun. Everybody liked it. But what happens with this film right now in cinemas, it's just incredible. People are able to watch this film every month, and they are still willing to watch this film. This film still interests them. They still want to laugh at the same jokes they've heard 150 times. So this is exactly what I mean, a film for a wide audience. You've got plenty of such films. Home Alone is another such film. It's a film where everybody's laughing at in the internet, because every Christmas the Polsat TV, I think they bought like a super agreement. They signed a super agreement for this film. They're playing this every year, and every year it's like on the top of the charts of viewing, because this film is designed for wide audience. Designed might be painful for some people, but talking about a film for a wide audience, we are talking about a trade. We're not talking about art, or we're not talking about art very often. We're not talking about in a romantic sense, as in Poland you understand the art like a thin poet, a slim poet, somewhere in the on the attic in Paris writes his poem whom nobody reads. And nobody will read. It's really heartbreaking, you know. It really touches you, but it's not commercial. My view of the art is a bit more Anglo-Saxon. Is a bit more down to earth. Art is a form of trade. It's a tradesman of this type. Sometimes the craftsman of this type can sometimes achieve something which is timeless. I should now give you an example of someone like this, and I will give you an example. It's an example of a man who developed the film industry, who devised the film industry. His name is Charlie Chaplin. He hailed from vaudeville, like a small-time theater where the main action was one guy kicking another guy in the ass. He entered the cinema because he entered it in the very beginning, and from a cinema which was burlesque type, from a slapstick type of a cinema, he made out of it a timeless art. And even today, when you're watching Charlie Chaplin, it touches you. You're interested in this because he brought this trade up to such a high level of art. It was a comedy, and comedy in Poland is something horrible. And he devised cinema. This is my theory about that. The Lumiere brothers devised the camera, and he devised the cinema. Another warning for those who would like to go into commercial movies: don't deal with comedies. Not because I feel you will be my competition, because there are very few people who deal with comedies in Poland. But don't deal with comedies, because comedy in Poland is the underdog. Comedy is something horrible. When the critics hear that you prepared a comedy, they just want to kill you. An example is Stanisław Bajera, one of the greatest Polish movie makers. I think one of the best artists in Poland. I believe you have to put him on a pedestal, because at one time he was totally scorned. There were like special words like bareizm, which is it's almost like a swear word. A major portion of the then film community was absolutely behaving horribly against Barea, because Barea was making very light comedies which were highly popular among people. What he left as a heritage was the ability to tell a very significant story with a very good satire. I think we should be grateful to Baraya. It's a very bold theory. What we have to be grateful to Baraya, because the way from totalitarianism through socialism to free Poland, that we've managed to go down this route without any civil war, like it was in Romania, for example, because Baraya laughed at the system profoundly. If he didn't laugh at the system, I don't think it would be so funny as it was. So this is the role of comedy. And this is the role of comedy, which in Poland, I think there's, as we say, the elite doesn't like comedies. I think I go into too many digressions. I may be slightly too chaotic, but so be it. I never understood what Umberto Eco wanted to say in the Name of the Rose. I understood this only after many years. I remember my name being scolded and scorned in many reviews. I was wondering why Umberto Eco wrote a book that comedy is bad, because this is what The Name of the Rose is bad. It is the story of The Name of the Rose. One of the books of Aristoteles, one of those lost books, the book about comedy written by Aristoteles is being found in some monastery in Middle Ages. Only the monks have access to this book, and they don't want to show this book to the world because it tells about the light muse, about something entertaining, and this is worth of scorn and being burned in the hell, which happens because if you remember the film or the book, the whole library finally burns down to the ground. I could never understand how can you, such an important book based on important historical studies, based on an assumption that comedy is something bad. This was my impression when I was young. However, when I wrote my first comedy and then my second comedy, and I saw the reviews, and I saw the dissonance between the fact that people like it, that people in the cinemas react very lively to this, and then I looked at the reviews of the professional critics, I broke down really. I had the same cognitive dissonance I told you about in terms of when I told you about my director, which called me in tears and asked me what the hell is going on. So now I know. It is so that comedy is perceived as something worse, even though, in my view, comedy is the most important of all forms of art and most difficult and the most useful and fruitful forms of art. Of course, you can disagree or dispute, or you can always disagree with me. I told you already. I have a list. I have a list of what I'm saying. I have written in my phone. I'm trying to tell you all that I sort of came up with to tell you. I think I told you already that this is horrible, and I told you about the audience. It's very important. I will tell you one more important anecdote. I like to give you examples of my own life because I don't think that the facts are the things that count. There was a situation when I got a lot of flack. It was a film talking about what we mean by wide audience. It was a film which met with a very moderate success at the box office. There were about 200,000 people, which at the times the film entered the screen around 10 years ago, maybe 15 years ago. At that time, it was not a very good result because the results of Polish films are diminishing because there are more premieres in the cinemas. So we used to have 100 premieres over a year in a cinema. Right now we have 400 a year. So I broke down and I was unhappy. I got a lot of flack from the critics. I was really down. I felt really down that I made this film. The years went by and the film was being shown on TVs, and it occurred that people are very eagerly watch this film. Now, after 15 years, when this film is really, really old, in some point, I would say it's a historical piece. Now it became a hit. That the commercial TVs are, killing each other for this film. They're paying huge money for the films from that period, because their charts and the viewing bars show them. Well, we know that they're the most important part in at every TV station. It's at least at every commercial TV station. We see that this film is very eagerly watched by the Poles. It gets very good reviews at the polls, and it's sort of a film which met very well with a wide audience, but over the time, and it survived the test of time. Such films, even though, well, it wasn't a flop at the box office, but it wasn't very good. But then it managed to meet with a wide audience, and the wide audience likes it. I don't know if you're watching the film. It's like a popular ludic film about a farmer. Now we should go down to concrete ideas. As I said, what I said now was just an introduction. I'm sorry I didn't sort of structure it properly. If you want to write something for a wide audience, then you have to realize whom are you talking to. Second, you have to realize how do you want to talk, and then what we want to say. What does it mean? Whom are we talking to? It's the address. If you want to write a story, if you want to write a script, we have to know who is our addressee of our story. We have to understand who is the viewer, who is the audience, who's the wide audience in Poland. Well, it's difficult. For example, in the countries such as England or France, you know that, because the social structure there. I'm sorry, I will be getting quite deeply into sociology, but unfortunately this is what this job is about. You have to understand your audience, because if you're telling a story for everybody, then usually you have nobody coming to the cinema. And then in the cinema, maybe if they show you once in the TVP culture, then it's a great success for you. And telling fables, because this is our role. The role of a script writer is telling fables to no one is senseless. It's useless. In countries such as England, Germany, France, you can easily discern between the classes, between the strata of the society. You have the lower class, the middle class. The middle class is divided into this and this. You've got the sort of in France, you've got a huge mass of people who work at state offices. It's traditional. You've got men, they work there for many generations, etc. In Poland, the situation is horrible, because Poland is a country in which went through a very traumatic and deep transition in its structure. Let me just mention, for example, the fact that when our grandfathers or great-grandfathers were young, over 1/4 of the society were not Polish. They were Ukrainian, they were Germans, they were Jewish, they were Belarusians. We had a multicultural society which is not there anymore. Right now we have only Poles. Whom would we like to make the film for in terms of wide audience? For the widest audience possible. Which means, who's the widest audience in Poland? Recently, a result came out of the study of Polish reading habits, which showed that 2/3 of Poles in 2015 didn't read a single book. 63%, if I recall well. It's almost 2/3. And this is our wide audience. For those people, we make a film if we want to meet with a wide audience. and we want repeatedly this film to meet with a wide audience for the 10, 20, 50 years to come. Or as it is in the case of Charlie Chaplin, who made a film for people who could not read for over 100 years, maybe 8 years. I will give you one more anecdote. When I was on our filming of the station, we were filming this in Lower Silesia. It was very cold in the mountains. Our base. It will be about defining your audience and how can you imagine the address to which you send your message. It's a very difficult film. It was a very difficult film. It was cold, dark, in the middle of nowhere. We had our base in Polanica. We were filming in the forest. A very difficult filming because it's a sort of in the evening we sat to drink some beer and something more, just to relax, just to chill out. We were sitting in Polanica in a bar. Bogusław Linda was with us there because he was playing he was one of the protagonists. He was a big star at that time, and he still is. So he was perfectly recognizable by anyone in Poland. It was very nice. We were slightly tired. The alcohol didn't really go down well. We didn't really want to get too drunk because we had to film to shoot on the next day. And suddenly, this huge bloke enters the pub. He's like a mass of muscles. He was drunk with two friends, not much smaller than him. And when he saw Bogusław Linda, he said, "Oh, look, who's that?" And we couldn't get rid of him. And we had a problem. We didn't know how it's gonna work out. We saw that these guys are drunk, and they might get aggressive. And they started already. Well, they started to be loud, yeah. And we started to be nervous, and I asked Bogusław Linda, "What should we do with him?" And he looked at me and said, "We have to love him." And this is exactly what he did. He became friends with this guy. They hugged. He gave him a kiss. He gave him an autograph. He drank a vodka with him, and these guys left. So all my intelligentsia, fears and anxiety just left, because what you had to do was to love this guy, to show respect to him. This is extremely important, respect. If you do not respect your audience, your viewer, the 2/3 of the society that doesn't read books, then you will never write a script that those people will like. I've seen that. There's no possibility. I saw many of my colleagues who tried to sort of devise, we'll write something for the average Mr. Smith, we'll write something for the masses, we'll write something, well, and of course I had many worse words because because masses are something which is dangerous in Poland, you know. So if you do not have respect to your audience, if you do not love your viewer, you will not write a film for him. And don't even try, because you will just be wasting your time. Because this is your audience. You just cannot approach to them with contempt. You cannot say that if people don't read our words, they are not words. Well, in my life, I've spent 21 years. I spent 21 years in different schools, universities, colleges, whatever, where I met only teachers, professors, doctors, who absolutely belong to this 1/3 of the reading minority. But it's not, I must tell you, it's not really good. It doesn't really look good. These people are not much wiser or much better. I have much respect for the so-called common man. Maybe because I am from this social group. I'm the second person in my family that went through the higher education. Why am I telling you so much about that? Because I am to tell you how to write scripts for mass audience, and this is mass audience. When I wrote Let's Make Ourselves a Grandson, I wrote this film only for people who don't write books, but they go to the cinema. And only later I realized, together with my producer, that people who are interested in the topics, let's say ludic topics, the people at that time could not afford to go to the cinema, because the cinema was frequented by higher strata of the society. Because after 1989, the ticket to the cinema was too expensive. It is still too expensive now. Okay, I think I told you as much as I should have said, because I feel you have a potential to attack me with questions. You want to ask me a question? Please do. Very good. Yes. Dear Piotr, first I wanted to say good day, because when I left during the last presentation and I saw you smoking fags, I didn't say hello to you. Well, I should have. Well, don't call me a star. And my question is, I really love comedies, and I love comedies for the so-called wide audience, and this is what I would like to do, and what I already managed to write, but only on paper. What I wanted to sort of address what you said about the Bareilles films. My recent fascination is a let's say social comedy or a political comedy, maybe about it talks about the life of current politicians in a sort of Bareilles way, which means with a lot of sympathy. But I've heard it being said that it's not a good moment to talk about those topics. It's better not to touch politics in comedies. It's better to write romantic comedies rather than political comedies. I would like you to know. I would like you to tell me what you think about it. I think there's also always a time for a political comedy. However, right now we have a revolution in Poland, so it's not the best time. This revolution started a few months ago. I don't know where it's gonna lead us. Maybe it will it may lead us to a national tragedy, or it may end up with just a bunch of laugh, with some laugh. So due to a production cycle, if you were talking about writing in a blog, if you're writing in one evening and you just click the mouse and it appears in the internet, but when you make a film, it takes a year. And because revolution took place, which wasn't here since 1989, it means we are going through some special time. The number of unknowns is so huge that if I were to tell you answer as a producer, I would never give you money for this, because it's too risky. Before we go to ask more questions, I have a few more issues. The first one is, as I told you, you have to know whom are you addressing. This is very important if you want to do film, well, I would say more festival type films. This is also an important address. You always have to know who is your audience. If you're writing a film for kids, you have to know that you're writing it for the kids. If you're writing for the kids, you also have to know that who will be with kids in the cinema? Their parents. Because kids don't go to cinemas alone. Therefore, films for kids have to have layers. There has to be a layer for the kids, and there has to be a layer for the parents, so that they don't commit suicide while watching your film. Of course, I can talk about it for ages. You know, I'm also I'm also educated in the culture studies. So, but I will not bore you to death with what I wanted to say. Once we know whom we address, we have to know how we want to address it, how we want to say, because this implicates how we will talk to those people. You use different way of communication with intellectuals, with kids, and different one for 63% of people who never read a book over the last year and whom we respect. We even love them. Because you have no other choice. You cannot devise a better... I told that already, I will not repeat myself. A common man who buys a ticket, buys a box of popcorn. Popcorn is extremely important in the cinema. He buys a Coke, whom he is going to sip loudly throughout the film. He buys nachos. This is a lot of money. He requires from us, from the scriptwriter, that we don't sell him nothing. He wants to know what the genre of the film is going to be. That's why we have a genre film. If he goes to see a romantic comedy, he will want a real full-fledged romantic comedy, because a guy goes with a girl or two girls go together, they go to see a romantic comedy, and after those horrid 30 minutes of commercials, they see in front of them a film which was supposed to be a romantic comedy, but in reality it is a fantasy of an artist on the romantic comedy, but in reality the artist has such comedy deep in his ass. Then she will be really angry and she will write on Facebook that it's a total waste of time, and maybe they will show it once in TVP culture, and this is the end of life of the film. So if you break the genre rules in a stupid way, then you will not have a wide audience. If he wants to see a crime story, then he wants to see a crime story. If you tell him, just in front of you, you have the best new crime story, which is a typical, which is a true crime story, then he wants to see a real crime story. If he sees in the cinemas some experiment based loosely on a crime story, then he will change the channel and see the real story, the real crime story. When you're writing a genre movie, you have to be able to hold on to the genre. I don't know how advanced you are in script writing, but I will not talk about the fundamentals, how to build the characters, etc., because you have it all in the books. You will write any book on script writing. You can get on my blog, and you can get a booklet with the essentials of script writing. So there's no sense me talking to you about that, because of course in case there's a in case of the mass viewer, it is all obligatory. If you do a film for a festival in Berlin, there are no rules. The more rules you break, the bigger bell you will get. In terms of mass audience, if you want to do it for the people, if you want to make the films for the people to watch for the next 100 years, that's why I'm doing the films. I'm not interested in people watching my films for a year or two. I want to be watched years and years after I die, after my natural death, of course. Oh, sorry, it was slightly a slight joke. We have to follow those rules. We have to have a protagonist who wants something. We have to evoke emotions with our story. If somebody likes intellectual cinema, then forget about your mass audience. What you need is emotions, and of course, what all teachers say is a conflict. Well, this is not bloody true. Conflict is not the right word, because conflict can also be static. Conflict can be so that the husband does not speak to his wife for the last 40 years. Would you do a film about that? Not really. It's really boring. The better word here is struggle. A film, every character, every scene should have an attribute of struggle. Then people will like it, because if I will tell you about a husband and wife who struggle against each other for the last 40 years, it's a good idea for a film or even for a TV series, because struggle is something active, is something that happens. While conflict, well, you can be in a conflict with your neighbor for ages, and nothing really matters, and nothing really happens. And sometimes you might just swear at your neighbor over a dinner, and that's all. So emotions, struggle, these are our main building blocks. So this is our. So everybody should know that, of course, and for that we have books and not the speech I deliver here. And the third thing is, I think it's the most important part, before I allow you to ask me any more questions, is what you want to talk about. We know whom are we talking to, then how are we doing this, and what are we talking about is the topic. Well, getting a good topic is $1 million question. If you get a good topic, you don't have to know about anything else. A good topic is the most important thing. What is the good topic for a mass audience? Something that he cares about. So, for example, social problems. Have you seen the Untouchables? It's a French film. It's a French comedy, which in France was immensely popular. They had like millions of people going to the cinema. In Poland, it was much less popular, and not many people went. Even though it's a great film, and it shows you this difference between what happened in France with this film and what happened in Poland. It shows you how important it is to have a good topic aimed at a local viewer and a local community. In Poland, the film was not very understood. This film has to be seen because it's an absolute masterpiece of contemporary film. I can just give you a short synopsis if you want. We have a beautiful black guy from Senegal who lives in the suburbs of Paris. He's an immigrant, of course. He lives in a typical black and yellow suburbs of. Sorry to be politically incorrect. It's like a typical immigrant suburb of Paris, and he gets a stamp that he does not have a job. He needs several stamps not to get a job because he doesn't want a job. He wants to be on a dole, but he meets a guy, a sort of an aristocrat who is paraplegic. I don't exactly remember what was the story, and he requires somebody like a nurse who will take care of him. And this black guy, whose name is Driss, comes to him and asks him to give him the stamp, and that he doesn't want to work. And this guy, who's paraplegic and he's on a wheelchair, he can use only his mouth. Decides that he needs somebody like this guy. He's fed up with people who are he needs some he's got enough of people who are too nice to him. He needs a colored guy, a thug from the suburbs. And this is a film about the friendship of two people who do not have a chance to meet in France, in real life. This film was so immense, it was so successful because it hit a bullseye of what problems are most profound in France right now. Right now, France has the biggest problems with the immigrants, whether they are immigrants from Maghreb or Black Africa. They have this type of problem. So they made the film basing on the book, which was based on true story, about the thing about the situation when those two worlds can meet up and make some new value. They can create some new values, and it was a comedy. In Poland, not many people saw that because there are no problems like this in Poland. Only whites. I'm sorry. So In Poland, you don't have this problem. In Poland, you have other problems. But the problem in France is it's not a racial problem, it's a different problem. It's a problem is that I will not go too much into politics, of course. The story in France hit the bullseye, because it hit exactly the thing which the French were thinking about. It shows you how important the topic is. I don't want to get too much into what's the difference, what the French comedy looks like. Have you seen the film, the French film, and another film? It was also a comedy. It's called Qu'est-ce qu'on a fait au bon Dieu. It's about a family which has 3 daughters, and each of these daughters decide to marry a guy. One of them a Jew, another one a black guy, and the third one an Arab. Sorry, they had 4 daughters. Yes. They touch upon the immigrant problem. They touch upon the problem of people not agreeing, people who live in one country but they're from different cultures. So they touch upon what is really important for the French people. And this is another example which shows you the strength of the topic. You have to talk about a situation which the mass audience cares about. So you have to think, what 5 million people right now in Poland care about? It's quite a difficult thing, but without that, we have no chance to meet with a wide audience. Yes, we have to find out the topic for them. I don't know what time it is. Am I talking for too long right now? Am I to talk for 10 minutes, or should I ask questions? I would like to give you a chance to ask questions, because from my outline which I have in my head, I told you everything. What is interesting? People say it is said that people like those songs that they already know. It is the same situation in the cinema. People like to watch the same films that they've seen already. We're talking about certain archetypes. I don't know if you remember a guy who wrote Romeo and Juliet. His name was Shakespeare. Well, and the guy called Fredro wrote Romeo and Juliet, called Zemsta, The Vengeance. It's adapted for the Polish reality. And then we had this in the form of a film which is called Sami Swoi. And this is how it works. There was a guy who wrote Robinson Crusoe. Look how many films right now about Robinson Crusoe and variations on Robinson Crusoe are being told in the cinema. Yeah, there was a film recently which got a nomination for the Oscar. And do you remember this? The Castaway? Yes, Castaway. It's also a story about Robinson Crusoe. So this one story, which was devised in the 18th century, the story of a castaway on the desert island, is being retold to another generation in different ways. And just like you can tell Shakespeare in hundreds of different ways, you can get any Greek myth and tell it in hundreds of different ways. Like a Prometheus, but yeah, you can talk about Prometheus. The myth of Prometheus is one of the most. Sorry, have you seen Matrix, for example? It's it's a tale about the Messiah, because evangelical myth is also a variation on the myth of Prometheus, because people like stories that they already know, that they've been told already. Okay, questions. because I grabbed the mic quite a time ago. I have a question concerning these genres and the university of stories, because I believe we have a niche in Poland for science fiction, for action movies, fantasy films, etc. All this branch, which in American cinema is one of the most important elements of the commercial cinema. In Poland, it's almost non-existent. Do you think that stories from Polish reality, do you think they could reach the same level of universality that could be retold to the whole world? Because you're telling about finding a topic for a local market. What about stories which could be international, that could make it throughout the whole world? Could they leave this Polish backyard? Could we talk about anything from Poland that a guy in Afghanistan or Japan would like to watch them? It's a very interesting question, because it's a very difficult thing. When we talk just about the niche of science fiction, then I would like to remind you that the Pope or 10 popes of science fiction was from Poland. It was Stanisław Lem. So in conceptually, there's no problem. When he came up with great science fiction stories in the West, they were still, they were still up in the trees. They thought that Stanisław Lem is a secret service in Poland of several science fiction writer, which was to, there were like theories like this. It's really true. They didn't believe it could be one person who wrote this, who writes such extremely good books. Is it possible, in order to leave Poland to the world? It's ever more difficult, because in the world we have a Hollywood monopoly. It's a very strong monopoly, very rich monopoly, and ruthless. So the government of the United States perpetrates this cultural colonialism, which we are very eager to consume. The film would have to be done in a way that is understandable all around the world, but then you would need to find a distributor who would be able to sell to the world. It is extremely difficult. It's much easier to leave Poland to the world with this small time films, with the individual artistic films. And if those films are telling about Jews, then obviously we are getting an Oscar. But I don't want to be too hard on this topic. Well, anyway, I'm fully politically correct. At least I try to be. But this is the fact. The films all around the world, especially visual arts, are a huge industry. I don't know if you've ever been to Hollywood. I've been once. And I've seen the Fox and Warner, and then I realized where we are and where they are in terms of scale. So letting anybody from our country to a wide distribution market. A festival market is a totally different thing, because there's no big money there. So getting on the market is very, very difficult. Conceptually, of course, yes, because Sapkowski wrote an ingenious novel about the Witcher. CD Projekt Red made a fantastic computer game which got all possible awards right now. I'm talking about the computer game, The Witcher. So it is all possible, but this is very, very difficult in case of the film. The computer game market is slightly different. The video game market is still in the making. It still doesn't have the capital, which is 100 years old. A huge, immense capital of those few Hollywood makers who would not let anybody else into the market. And that's it. I have a question. Could you wave your hand? Yes. My question relates to the fact you were talking here about the wide audience, and you formulated today for me a very important question or issue love your spectator or love your audience or have respect to them. I understand that ad hoc, it's quite ad hoc, but can you develop this into a script? How can you work on your own respect to your audience? This is non-script work. It's your stance, it's your approach, your attitude. Every author, regardless of whether he's a writer or a script writer, every author has to have some sort of attitude to the world, and his attitude to the world he either gets it from his parents or he works on it. You can't sort of conceptualize that. You have to like people. This is all. Although there are many cases of authors who hate people and they write very good works, but I'm talking about literature here rather. Empathy, lack of pride. This is also very important. People very often have a problem with that, to sort of bow down over a person who didn't read a single book over the last year, to tell the story to him in a way that would be such person would find compelling. This is very difficult, and this is totally independent of your technique and skill, which you can practice. It's more like what is our view of the world. Hello, my name is Magda Przyborowska. I have a purely pragmatic question. You, as a producer, do you cooperate with other producers and or scriptwriters? What we shouldn't do, how we shouldn't write our scripts if we send it to you? Well, yes, I do work with scriptwriters. What it shouldn't do. First of all, I don't read scripts. I mean, for me, the important thing is the first sentence. Yeah, the log line. Yes, the story. The script is not really of interest to me. I'm interested in the idea for the film. I'm interested in the idea for the characters. What are the first 5 sentences in the synopsis? What is the one pager? I start with those. If this is what I find, if I find it interesting, there's no power in the world that would tell me that if this is not interesting, nobody will force me to read a script, because life is too short, and I won't waste my time. This is extremely important. My way as a producer, especially as a fresh producer, I'm not very experienced. I still have some. My way of reading should be adequate. Now I'm saying something very important, I think. My way of perceiving my way of perceiving your project should reflect the way you approach the topic. It is being said that the topics for a film are everywhere. You can find 10 of them in the newspaper. It's not true. This would be of course you can do that, but nobody would want to read to watch them films. When Michael Jackson prepared his album, I think it was Thriller or something else, but it was one of the best CDs in the history of pop music. They had 120 songs and they had to pick 8. In terms of selection, you need to have 1,000 topics, and you should select one. You should select 1 out of 100. This is it. Because when I, as a producer, when I read your synopsis, what I'm interested in is the topic, is the selection of topic. What do I care? So what if you wrote a great script? If I know this will be interesting to a very small niche of the audience, a small group of, let's say, people who love the horror in the swamps or the zombie movie. It's fantastic, yes. That could be a perfect film, but in Poland, the people who love zombie in the swamps films, I think that it may be 200,000 people. The film will not pay off. Thank you very much. That's the end. But this is also what you said about the niche. Now, the Americans or the Brits who are lucky enough to be speaking the language of the world and have a huge business of trading films, they make a series, an expensive film which takes place in Mississippi swamps. It is about werewolves and zombies, and they get return on investment because their niche is the whole world. It's not 200,000 peoples, it's like millions of people who are crazy about zombies in the swamps. This is the problem with the niches in Poland. Hi, my name is Sławek Tomczak. I have a question to you concerning the ideas. Some time ago I've read that the script of Chinatown was inspired by a short story in the newspaper on the failure of water supplying system. How the idea for Killer was developed? It was such an innovative film for me. Well, the idea for Killer, it's very interesting also for every scriptwriter. It came out from a task I set it before myself. I set a task before myself: make a comedy for a wide audience. And I was in the beginning of my career, and this was my task, and I was looking for what that could be. And during my search, I had it all without all this baggage of experience and thinking I have now, and it was all intuitive. You can also write a cinema hit, basing solely on your intuition. I wasn't even in the industry at that time. I was a young man who dreamed of doing something, that something would happen in my life, that I could make a film. I don't know where it came from. It's difficult for me to say. I just had this film in my mind. Of course, you can find inspirations right now. You can find it everywhere. You can find inspiration walking down the street. You can find it listening to the talk of people you don't know at the next table. But inspiration is not intellectual. So you don't know when it's gonna touch us. We don't know when you're gonna get this epiphany. That's why you have to give chance to your inspiration. And look around and listen, and this is what the script writer has to do. You have to. Your role is to listen and look around. And you have to know what's hanging in the air. Yes, and what elephant is in the room. Of course, I may be facetious, but I think the moments where I write in my life, it's like 1 promille of my life. Because, however, as a screenwriter, I'm working all the time. I'm a screenwriter, starting when I wake up and ending when I go to sleep. For months, I haven't written a single page. Of course, of a script, because I'm writing down ideas from which I've got those short ideas for a film. But in terms of writing a script, I don't write scripts right now. Then I usually collect them and have a very brutal assessment of my ideas, and I sort of cast away 100, and I'm left with none. And then I'm trying to sort of make a reconnaissance if it's gonna work as a film or not. So this selection is very, very important. So what are you working on now? I will stop being stressed after it gets born. It's very difficult for me to work after, if my film does not leave, which I worked on recently, does not leave the cinema. So I worked. At the moment, my recent film is leaving the cinema, and right now I have my womb is empty. I'm sorry to use this expression. I can already be inseminated with ideas. Well, this is a sort of invitation. Oh, of course, I know that other scriptwriters don't work like this. I know that many of them can just write. They just sit down and write. And I'm not saying that my method of work is better than yours. And if you write a lot, but many people write for just for themselves, and this is okay. They write in advance and they don't sell it to everyone. So eventually, what counts is which films will be shown on TV in 100 years' time. I remember you meeting us in a Warsaw Film School when I was still a student, and you asked us, and the girl said, and the girl told you that she wrote seven scripts. You said more than me, and how many did you realize? And she said 0. Is it also a situation like this that you direct, you write, and you're a producer? Well, I do have the TV series somewhere looming on the horizon. I do have several ideas. It's not easy to make a film in Poland, and especially it's not easy to make a film in a way that I do films. I'm sorry to say that I'll be talking about money, but I'm doing money for private. I'm doing films for private money. So I'm absolutely forced to provide return on investment. This money has to come back. And this is an absolutely capitalist requirement that I need to give this money back. There's no question. If you take the money from PISF, it might be different, because PISF is to support projects. It's not it's not a commercial institution that has to earn money. It has to support. It has to support projects. I'm not using PISF money because I believe other people should use it. And do you have, at the end, a good advice to scriptwriters? A good advice to scriptwriters is that, for example, they should sit down and write a film about struggle, about a duel, not about a conflict, about a duel. Like Spielberg, as a young guy, he made a film about a small car and a huge truck. Do a film about struggle for yourself, to find out if you can write strong, dramatic situations. Because writing the dialogues about love, that he loves you, you don't love him, it's very easy. Just do a test for yourself. Write a film about a struggle. It's not a film about conflict. It should be a film about struggle. Piotr Wereśniak, thank you very much. Good day. I would like to give a warm welcome to everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to ask Agnieszka Kruk to enter the stage to pass on a very interesting advertisement to you. My name is Rożen. I'm the head of Kino Polska, and this year Kino Polska has a special year of like a memorial for Krzysztof Kieślowski. We are doing a lot of important things to show his works to a wide public, and we've created a competition for scriptwriters, for young scriptwriters, either students or 2 years after graduation. It's a script competition that we are organizing together with the Munch Studio, with the Tor Film Studio and Kipa, and I think it's a very attractive competition in which the main prize is the realization of the film within the project, a 30-minute film in the Munch Studio. The title of the competition is an incident. So we would like you to sort of make a relation, the films to make a relation to his own film. Once we get all the texts, we will get we would like to get you through the text that will go through the pitching. Then the winning script will immediately enter production, so that it could also be premiered in December during the European prize in front of the audience and the jury of the European Film Award. After that, the film will have its live festival live, and we will take care of the media promotion and the promotion of the we'll take care of the promotion of the film. There's no limit of the name of the festival of the competition is Blind Chance, and yes, there's no limit to the age of participants. Yes, of course, you could be students. This is a competition for scriptwriters, and we also assume to accept scripts from a creative team. So if a scriptwriter it's all in the terms and conditions of the competition. You could already point at the level of applying. You could point to a director you have in mind and your executive producer or the operator. It is possible. It's not required, but it is possible. And then in Wrocław, when we have a sort of a pitching, the scriptwriter will be able to present himself together with his team. No, the director does not have to conform to the limitations. The scriptwriter has to do it. We need to realize this film very fast, and we wouldn't be able to do this competition in the open formula, because the scripts that we would get from amateurs would require some additional work or development, and we really want to prepare this film very fast. All the information is on the website rokkieślowskiego.pl and also on the website of the Munch Studio. As I said, the name is Blind Chance. I would like your film to make a link with the Blind Chance by Krzysztof Kieślowski. No, we do not want to copy. We don't want you to copy the or remake of Blind Chance by Krzysztof Kieślowski, or a sequel of the further life of Witek Długosz. But the structure is very important. It's like a full-length feature film, and this form has to have your film has to have 30 minutes. So it has to also conform to this limitation. But there has to be some sort of a philosophical link or link in the mindset of the film. If it will have like sort of artistic link with the film of Krzysztof Kieślowski. Krzysztof Zanussi is one of the jurors. The jury also has Kuba Czekaj, Joanna Szymańska, and Agnieszka Dziedzic from Kipa. So this jury will be assessing in detail and all the details, and we won't be interfering with that anymore. If you have any questions, you can always direct your mails to me, to Kino Polska, and I will answer your questions. Joanna Szymańska, you've met her yesterday. Agnieszka Dziedzic from Koi Studio will be also at Pitch Fiesta, so you will be able to meet her face to face on next Sunday. And right now it's time for the last part of our meeting day of the second day of Script Fiesta. It's a meeting with Agnieszka Smoczyńska, who got the Daughters of Dancing awarded at the Sundance Festival this year. Welcome. I'm very happy that you came. It's a huge award, a very good award for a Polish festival type of movie, yes, for a girl from Poland who has her own distinct vision and you realize the film, as we've met every film at Film Fiesta. The script writer said such film cannot be developed in Poland because nobody would want to do it, but you did it. What are your impressions from your adventure with the film? Well, first of all, I have to admit that these impressions are almost only positive, because practically everybody who assessed this project, even at the stage of idea, and even those people who liked it, they said that unfortunately it's impossible to be made in Poland for such a big money. And we thought that, and I think we've managed to do something extraordinary just because the idea is so great. But once we got to Sundance, for them it was also extraordinary that such an idea was made by a beginner and it was put to a real film, because in the US there's nothing like PISF. All the films are made either by big studios where you count every penny, or by the so-called independent cinema, which is in reality a very simple cinema due to savings, because then there it's the private investors who invest their money, and they don't do only romantic comedies like it is done in here. They also do artistic cinema, but much easier in terms of expression. So in our case, the fact that there was a big impact on, or the big stress on how I tell the story, I wanted this quality to be an important element. We did it in co-production. It all resulted from a huge determination of myself and the producers and the artists. The people who liked this film, they said it's impossible to realize this film. So they said the script is great. In Peace, they asked us for a teaser, and the teaser for such film would require 200,000 Polish zlotys, which would be taken away from the budget of the film. In our case, that would be taking away for shooting days of the film. And then, because each day cost around 50,000 Polish zloty, so then you have to recalculate everything into the money. Did you do this teaser finally? No, eventually we've managed to convince the committee at PISF, and that the development has been done by us, even before we went to PISF, and we did this development by ourselves. By engaging the artists. I'm here talking from designer to choreographer. She's with us here, Kaja Kołodziejczyk. And it was so incredible in terms of working over this film, that both Martin Młynarczyk, who worked from the very first draft of the script the Wrońskie sisters, I'm mentioning here Zuza Wrońska, who wrote this text. We created it all as a team. Also, Agnieszka Chodowa, who did her part even before we got the money for the production. It all really counted, so we could test certain ideas even before we started this production machine, because we knew that every penny counts, and it's extremely important that if we prepare better before shooting, then afterwards we might test certain thing. We will avoid testing certain things on the set and losing time for unsuccessful attempts. So in here, those creators, the scriptwriter, the author, the music, the sound designer, the choreographer, after such third draft of the script, the actors joined us. She knew they will not join us, they will not play in this film, but they agreed to join us. Gąsiorowska, Niemilska and Buczkowska, they read those. They read it from the point of view both of the sirens and of the emotional story there. So it was all for me the testing of this plot and getting to the final stage. It's very interesting what you say, because it's like a collective work. Before you had money, before you knew that you would be able to do this, there were so many people engaged in that. Also, I think thanks to your charisma, but also due to the idea, because the idea was such that some say, okay, it's some sort of a crazy idea and impossible to be done. For some, it was very innovative and something worth devoting your energy to, because these were not only the creators, they were not just the creative part. We also took friends of ours, Tomek Kolankiewicz or Kasia Malinowska or Joanna Rożek, who was here with us. We asked them to look at this text from the point of view of mythology, from cultural lore, from anthropology, the point of view of anthropology. And after talking to them, after writing an explication, the explication to this text, I was asked by Agnieszka Holland for that, for a very detailed explication of the text, and it was like 20 pages long. And the work over this explication, how we see all that, and our way of thinking, it was one of the elements of how it's gonna look as in case of this text, of course, because explications should not have 1 or 1.5 page, but all these elements, in this case, this intellectual visualization, it allowed us to open our eyes to things which we're not aware of, and which for us were intuitive. And they knew it from other films, they knew it from mythology, they knew it from literature. And later, when they pointed our attention to those elements, we said, that's true, exactly. This is this sort of a character, this is this sort of motive. So whatever we did intuitively, we could get more insight, awareness. You said we've got the script, you've cooperated with Robert Bolesto over this script. I'm very interested what your cooperation looked like. I know that you were working on the script from the very beginning. When you have a film, you sort of in the Polish films at the end you've got a scriptwriter written in the credits. You decided to be the director, and he became the scriptwriter. You worked together on the short forms, and I remember it to be quite a stormy relationship. It was there was too little compromise and too little experience. In this, we had sort of we were post-crisis relation. We knew that we wanted to do it together, we want to create something, and that we respect each other, and this gave a very good result for each of us. there's no, my name is not there because it's Robert who wrote there, and his role was immense in this film. He was the one who wrote it all, and on my part, I have extreme respect to him, and I believe that the script makers, the script writers, are very undervalued in Poland. Everybody will be improving the text of the script writer, which doesn't mean that your name has to be written there. It is the script writer who's the author of the script. The same thing is that you don't have if a director tells something to an actor to play in a given way, to act in a given way, you don't put the director's name next to an actor's name as a part of the cast, of course. Well, the script writers get meager money for writing the scripts. I hope it's gonna change. In the United States, the differences are huge, just because the script writers cannot devote to it fully. They do it in between TV shows. Then we have results like this. Thank you very much in the name of all script writers for what you said. Ladies and gentlemen, Agnieszka is open to questions. I would like to open the discussion. If you want to ask a question, please raise your hand. Do we have somebody with a microphone here? Very well, Dario. Thank you. Yeah, he's our long-time client, I would say. I would like to give a warm welcome to the true feminist of Polish cinema. I haven't seen this film yet, but I've heard a lot about it, both good and bad things. But my basic question is, fundamental question: why this such style? Why do you mix all those genres? Where did this come from? The idea itself came from Robert Bolesta, who's the author of the script. And Robert wrote to me text message that we should do jointly a film. We had a number of ideas, but none of them was really we didn't really feel the chemistry with each one of them. So it wasn't anything that would keep us awake at night. So afterwards, he told me after the first meeting, he said, well, I have this idea because I'm friends with Baśka and Zuzka, and they have a band, Ballady i Romanse. Their parents played in dancings, and I would like to make a film about those two girls who are growing up in a club in Adria. I said, it's a great idea. I said that as a small girl, I was brought up in Szklarska Poręba in a dancing club too, so emotionally and visually it was a very close topic. But then I said it's horrible. But then I decided it's we won't be able to do it. It's great, but we won't be able to do it because it's huge cost. If you want to do everything in the style of the 1980s, it's a huge budget. Then if you need a dancing club, then you need people to be there, so it's another pile of money. I said, Robert, this is a great idea, but first let's do something else. It's too difficult. Nobody will give me money for this. Well, then we said, all right. We worked on those other. He said, let's take Karolak Boczarska and we'll make a romantic comedy. And I said, no, thank you. I beg you, let's not do it. We knew them already, of course, Karolak and Boczarska. And then we got a producer who liked our idea about the sirens, and he said, all right, but first you have to do something simpler, hopefully maybe Tokarczuk, because Tokarczuk, Robert managed with Tokarczuk once, and we did it, but we felt that our energy goes to the film of our dreams, and we're doing something else, we're doing something wrong. So I finally made the decision that we should do the film about those girls. And when the decision was passed, that it's going to be a film about the Wroński sisters, it's like a made-up biography of the Wroński sisters. I remember that Baśka says, I'm sorry, no, I don't agree, it's too close to our childhood, these are our parents, it's vodka and their ideas which you have somewhere in the back of your head. okay, let's do the sirens out of them. So it was a sort of a mask behind which we could. It's like a metaphor behind which we could hide. So these are the sirens. We don't. These are not the sirens from Disney. It's the sirens from Homer, the ones who eat people, and we didn't find yet a text how they ate people. There were people. There were like characters between two species. That's why we had an idea to make it interspecies and inter-genre film. It evolved for quite a long time. It wasn't like we came up with this idea in an instant. It was a long process. In the beginning, in my opinion, it was supposed to be a simple psychological drama, but then this idea evolved so much that then it had to be a musical. But because they were eating people and biting them to death, we asked ourselves a question at some third draft of this script. We asked ourselves, why don't we show them how they eat people? And we decided to show how they kill people, this bloody side of the sirens, and we show it in a realistic way. We'll not hide it, because if we want to show how these girls sing, why should we? Well, I'm not very fond of horrors myself. I was like, let's allow this girl to sort of do her dirty things on the side. So, but then I reconsidered. So it was a sort of a way we were following our heroines, our characters. Because there's something very important for me. I've read in an interview with Teresa Torańska, is that the protagonist defines the convention. Because she says that her interview, her discussion has a slightly different form. And she said, yes, because the form is forced upon me by the protagonist. And this is what I liked. You have to follow your protagonist, and he will at some point force the form upon you. Dario, please join us for the viewing in the evening tonight. Everybody who's interested, we would like to invite you at this cinema. Once we'll finish with the talks, there will be a free showing today. Any more questions? Please raise your hands. We don't see you from the stage, but thank you very much for this explanation. Now I understand what it's all about with all this. Now I see that the critics in Poland are so amateurish. The journalists who are professional reviewers do not really try to see what this film is about. If we're starting off from a realistic drama about the 1980s, and then as a result of no, I'm sorry. You do not have any realistic drama. I was talking about the process of creation of the script. Yes, but you wanted to do a realistic film in the beginning, and then as a result of various perturbations, you approach this form, and none of the critics tell about that. They all say that it's like a mixture of conventions, which is sometimes quite negative. It's quite an important topic, I believe, and you should defend yourself as an artist from attacks of the reviewers, and especially when they are superficial and shallow. I would like to ask you one more very important thing. I've heard that there are erotic scenes in there because they are they're strip dancers. What are they showing? The details, I understand. I would like to ask you from the technical side, how actors approach such things. Do they have certain barriers? Because I know from younger directors who try when they're studying, they also want to show erotic scenes, but it's very difficult. Well, there are not too many erotic scenes. They were not very. Well, I'm just trying to sort of organize this into my head. There's one scene when the silver siren makes love to the bass player, and we had a talk beforehand with the actress. It's quite difficult for everybody, for the script writer. Not really, because he just writes. They're having a passionate love. She's trying to back off. He's more passionate. It's very difficult to write a very good erotic scene. It requires a lot of, I don't know. I think it's much more difficult to make such scene, to shoot such a scene. In this case, it's very important to give a lot of comfort to the actors, so that they don't feel objectified. In this case, they feel that there's confidence, that they can trust the people on the other side of the camera. It is very often that the crew leaves the room. Only I would say the nuclear crew has to be at the set. In this case, we had three scenes. One of them did not work out. They were not difficult to shoot. Thankfully, the scene between the silver siren and the bassist, we had a discussion and they opened to each other. Jakub Gierszał told me it's good that we had this discussion beforehand and we agreed to everybody. It's like this: she's after after surgery. She's standing next to the window and they are to make love. But how to do it? So we agreed a day before, so that the actors will not need to think how they should do it physically. We told them exactly, you stand here, you come over, you face this way, then you lie down, etc. And then I told them what we told them we told them which parts will be filmed, which parts will not be filmed, so that they could wear clothes in those parts which were not on the film. In terms of Kinga Price and Andrzej Konopka, it's there's nothing. They're very well experienced, and we also had Magdalena Cielecka have in a sex scene with Andrzej Konopka again, and this is not very difficult for them because they are very experienced. But it all depends on the actor and his mentality. I think it's very different with people who do it for the first time, because the actors generally hate those types of scenes because it's very physical and it has to be very probable from the outside, and for them it's very difficult to turn on. It's very difficult. It depends on the partner with whom you act. The cast is very important here. You have to sort of make it probably that such people should have a sex together. I have 3 questions here. My name is Ania. Did you find the sources of the story about little siren in mythology? Okay, let's start with the first question. Did I find the sources there? I remembered the Andersen's Little Mermaid story, and I read it. And Basia Wrońska knew it also, so I pressed quite strongly that it should be a travesty of this story in a way, because I think it is a sort of a very archetypical story of a love to a man and resigning from yourself. You know, it was 3 or 4 years ago, and we read quite a lot of that. But I remember it was this story, and then I asked Agnieszka in a laboratory of drama. We had the readings of texts by psychoanalysts, and 2 psychoanalysts made a psychoanalysis of this text, but we tried to run away from this. We didn't want it to be psychoanalytical about our film, and that's all. And who was the devil who was friends with those two sirens? It was a Triton, a young demigod. He says in this story in the film, "I've got two horns here. You are made from the blood from my horn. One of them was torn out by the fisherman, and the other one was torn out by myself." He plays in a punk band, and he's a guru of the punk underground, and he went through this amputation of the of his tail, and he still has a voice. You can see the telepathy between the sirens. The golden one says, "You will lose a voice if you do that," and the Triton. After then, you see the concert. You can see the scar and on his belly, and he still has a voice. So he's like a king. We sort of made up this mythical character. And the medical scene, was it supposed to signify something? Well, it was to talk about it was to talk about alcohol. The IV drips are provided by nurses who come over to the people who drink too much, or they have fun too much. They get the so-called glucose in IV. I don't know if this was supposed to be a metaphor, but it was supposed to present that our heroes, when these sirens are being thrown into the water, they fight, they drink, and somebody gives them a glucose in IV. It's all in the form of a song. Hi, my name is Monika, and did you have the comfort beforehand to sort of do a test, do rehearsals before the shooting? Maybe I'll start with that. Well, so of course, I forced this. I mean, I made this happen, but there's always money, and the producer doesn't. Every producer hates this, because sometimes you have to pay the actors for rehearsing. The actors agree usually the rehearsals to be free, because they also want to be comfortable on the set. In this case, we had choreographical rehearsals separately. Separately, we had the rehearsals with the girls who were supposed to be sirens. These were like a table rehearsals with readings. And just because there are many actors, and every actor requires something else in terms of preparation for the role, I just divided it, just like you divided in the theater. When the actor feels that he doesn't want something, it's like sapping his energy. It was like this with Kinga Price, that she didn't want to rehearse. She said she understands everything. She can read it once, but she doesn't need to do anything more, because she doesn't need to lose energy. So we had very few rehearsals with Kinga, and they were only on the things that really needed rehearsing. With Kuba, Gershau, and the sirens, we had more rehearsals. Yes, of course. Sometimes you need some rehearsals at the location. It's also very good if a scriptwriter can see this place and does not really match what he has in his head, because then what you did in your head is then put in a context of a certain building and a certain structure, and it's impossible. And then he can improve on his writing. He can amend things. He can change it if you're So I think that rehearsals are very helpful. You started already to talk about this. You said that there are several versions of the script, and this is more difficult because it was like a separate. You had a separate script writer. This is what I find quite difficult, that you have a different director and a different script writer. How did the script change from the beginning of the shooting? Did you sort of hold on to the script, or did something happen and the script was changed? Something did happen, and these were, of course, there were songs, and these songs, well, I did intuitively. When we had the script, we recorded it. We put an actor on the stage, and we recorded his songs, and only then the cameraman with the cameraman, and we introduced a number of changes in the script already. But when it changes during the shooting, you do not have the money to change too much. You cannot add too much because you don't have money. But it does change, of course, because by itself, it depends also on the text. If you have very precise text, in the United States, if you have a high risk, then I heard that in American Beauty, the director and the producer were sitting together, and they had storyboard and a printer added to the camera, and the producer compared the storyboard with the shot from the stage. It was so precise, just like in a commercial, that there was not a moment for an impromptu artistic vision. In here, things like this happened. However, many things were changed in editing. When we sort of put it together as it was in the script, then we found out that certain things do not work together. Some things can be cancelled, and some things can be replaced or switched. It happens quite often that the film goes through a lot of change during editing. And I think for script writers, it would be very good if they could assist or take part in editing sessions, because then they would see how certain characters work in editing process, and how they change in a film depending on editing. And I know that Robert was very thankful for being able to take part in editing, and then we added one more scene, the one with the kiss. And Wojciech Marczewski, for example, said that when we were doing the 30-minute films, I remember that we had a reserve that once you have the whole material, you still have the right to add a few scenes or change some scenes, because you're a beginning artist, and I believe every artist should have a right to certain revert, because only then you see what's lacking and what is too much. We had Jarek Kamiński editing Ida. I talked to him. We said that it was like 30% of the material, and only after putting these scenes together, it was like going through all the elements. They went through the initial versions, and Ewa Puszczyńska, who was a producer, because sometimes the producer says that unfortunately we run out of money, we have to finish the film. But Ewa Puszczyńska did it differently. She's very open, and you really have to look for producers which are open. You've mentioned the cameraman. Was it the person you wanted from the very beginning? How was the relation between you two, and how does it work? Sometimes I know that directors have a very, very exact image. How is it with you? In my case, everybody said it's all going to depend on the visual side, which was quite scary for me because I didn't really know how it's gonna look visually. I didn't visualize it, and I didn't want to visualize it from the very beginning. The cameraman was the last man in this project, he joined us as the last man, and it was a very good experience. First, we got one cameraman, then another cameraman, etc., etc. Then we changed the script completely. Then we had a delay, and the next operator could not take part. So it was my intuitive choice, and I'm very happy that I have selected Kuba, because this text was so strange to many people. Some people love it, some people don't buy it at all, and I think it was also the case in terms of cameraman. And Kuba entered this head on. The cooperation with Kuba, the cameraman, was I would say the key thing here. After I understood how we worked on this, I have to also tell you that Kuba was also, apart from Kuba, there was another cameraman. I think it was the question of intuition in cooperation with cameramen, but they have very different sensitivities. Every cameraman has a different story to tell. Thank you very much. We do have a lot of intuition being mentioned in your talk. This is something that drives you? Yes. Hello, Amadeusz Andrzejewski. First of all, I would like to congratulate you on the film. I really loved it. I saw it already in the festival. As a young rebellious artist, I fully support you. I would like to also talk to you about this 20 pages explication. Can we read it somewhere? Because I'm very interested. What is the level of consciousness of an artist in something so complicated as this film, which is not a simple story, as we know? Okay, I'll print it and give it to you. Can I then get in touch with you? Yes, of course. Well, we'll see anyway. But I must admit that it helped me a lot. This explication, the writing of the explication, even for myself, it helps a lot. It was like 20 pages long, truly, and those experts didn't read that because nobody would want to read 20 pages of explication. But for us as the creators, it was very, very helpful, I believe, because I asked the creators to write something on their behalf. On the visual side, I also asked the choreographer and the guests and the sound designer, because if you have everything on the paper, it's easier to structure, and it sort of gets structured in your head. We worked on the script. It was not only intuitive. We sort of related to something that we knew, even a commercial or a comic or anything else. So it was also quite inspiring for me to work in this way. Paweł Stolarczyk. Maybe I will continue on the idea on the references, on the credentials. How are you? On the references. How are you willing to use those references, like other people's films, music, etc.? I know that there is sometimes a problem of the language to reflect. If we talk about music, for example, how much do you find it helpful? How much do you find it more difficult to have your own original view of the scene afterwards? When we send such reference, we're saying it's about how she looks at things, or about her gaze. No, we're not about everything around it. So you have to, if you're sending references, you have to be careful to provide exact information, what you have in mind. There was also a children's film, which was a huge Ponyo. It was about a fish, and we also had this in our film, that our that suddenly our protagonist remembers the water. The water flows out of Vistula. Of course, it was impossible to do in a film. But or in case of Mucha, we thought of Björk. The song Hunter. When you look at those at the songs of Björk and at their videos, and then at our song, they seem quite different. But what we did, we sent it to each other. So we just sent a link to each other, or we sat together at a table, and we looked at it and say, "Well, we mean this or this or this." This was very inspiring. It pushed us forward quite a lot in terms of the project, but it also was very close to the realization. So to the filmmaking, these things sort of erupted in us, and I was always the person who had to select what goes, which doesn't, what goes not. We had to open our heads, but not to communicate only in words, but also in sounds, in pictures, to approach each other in very different levels, on very different levels, so that everything, it was all very diverse, because this project allowed for this. These references, of course, it depends on your ability to communicate and how you will deliver the message to the other person and how much they will understand. For me, it was an interesting thing to show a test shooting to one of the directors, and I said, I mean this actress, and the chemistry between the actors. And then he thought that I meant it was all about the camera. It was all about a single movement of the camera, and then I tell him that I want to make cuts. So you have to be very, very precise in showing the references and describing what you mean. It's a quasi-musical or a musical, so I have one more question. Was the music done before, as usual, or were the situations where the music was developed later? The demo versions, or was recorded beforehand and during the writing of a script. Some songs were already recorded by the Wronski sisters before we entered this set. Some of them had to be recorded again by the actors because of the intonation, and then we got we shot the film, and only after, during the editing, we had the full arrangements done by the actors. So it all went together in a way. In Poland, we never had a musical made as a film, so we really sort of had to feel our way forward. We read a lot on the internet how musicals are made, and our sound designer was very careful not to make this sound as it was made in a studio, so that we didn't want the sound to be too isolated. Some songs were recorded on the set. The actor could not record it beforehand and afterwards, so it was recorded in the most important moments. It was recorded on the set, especially when Złota is singing to the lieutenant, or when the siren is singing to the bassist to seduce him. Yes, in the bathroom. It was all recorded on the set. I'm here. My name is Laura. I'm a student, and I haven't seen this film yet. And I would like to ask you, why the musical? Why this should have been a musical? Well, because sirens sing. That is why. And it takes place in the dancing club. Does it have anything to do with the Greek choir in the Greek tragedy? Was it supposed to be a form of narration here? No, certainly not. Robert, with the Wronski sisters, really wanted this to be a musical. I resisted initially, but just because this takes place in dancing clubs, and in dancings it was live music in the 1980s in dancing clubs, and the musicians sung live to microphones, and the sirens, because sirens sing. This is what I said before. The protagonists force the convention. They force the form. They sing, so we've got a musical. They kill, so we've got a horror. The combination gives us a tragical comedy type. We also have an elements of psychology, of grotesque. So all this because our protagonists are hybrid, then our film is hybrid too. Can I ask one more question? I forgot. You said that one of the actors did not need more rehearsals because Kinga Price, was it? Yes, she didn't need more rehearsals because she understood what's happening there. Didn't you think that when you wrote a script, to make this film deeper by a set of psychoanalytical dimension, did you go to the, you said you went to the reading psychoanalysis? No, we didn't want to make it a psychoanalytical film. Of course, there are some psychoanalytical reviews. You can always have your own point of view and put it on the film that you interpret. But no, we didn't want it to. It was conscious and it was deliberate. Magda? Hi, my name is Magda Przeborowska. I don't really have a question, I have a sort of a remark, rather. First of all, I would like to join in congratulating you on this film, and thank you for the film, because I believe this film opens the door to very original projects. And this is all. It's rather my thoughts rather than a question. Thank you, Magda. I hope so, because Kuba Czekaj made a very interesting film now, and I hope that producers will. It's also quite innovative, and I hope that producers will be more willing to take such projects on board. It's yeah. You don't have to be afraid of the dark room. Yes, Magda liked it very much. Yes, please speak to the microphone. Magda Szymków. I wanted to ask about a thing which is not related to your technical skills, but in Hollywood there is a huge discussion, a huge argument about the position of women in the cinema and films. How did you feel this? A female director from Poland, which was to convince them to a film about sirens. Where did they like in Poland or in the United States? I mean the opinion of the experts and the Polish in Poland when you try to convince people to play this script, to do this film. I must admit that I did not feel that in Poland at all, that there is any sort of any additional I have any special rights, or is there that there's any positive discrimination just because I'm a female director and it's about sirens in Poland. But in the States it's exactly like this. When we talk there about the film, when we're producers, we want to work with them. I remember that because it's, first of all, remember, it's a woman from Poland. I'm sorry she's not black, and these are arguments for them. It's not like, I know that they have priorities for female producers, female directors. I know in the States it's much easier for female directors. In Poland it's still, I feel there is no positive discrimination, because that should be followed by some sort of concrete solutions. But I must say I'm not convinced. It's difficult to say. I've heard from one of the directors that she had a problem with a text about a woman, because male directors did not understand it at all. They didn't understand the problem. And one of the directors, which was at that time in the at the committee, she had used this argument: because you're guys, it's totally useless, and it's not important. But for girls, it is for women, it is important. And it passed. But it wasn't the case of Sirens and my film. It was in case of a different script. And I'm not sure if it's going to be later taken into account in any way. However, if this happens in the world, in 10 years, it will also hit Poland. Of course, there's another thing, is that in the international festivals, the topic of women is more eagerly accepted. Those films where a woman is a protagonist and she's not a victim, this is very important, because what sort of protagonist is she going to be? That she's not passive, is also well accepted. So it's good. In Poland, in the United States, what they liked is that these are the sirens who bite people, who kill people. They have this serious H2O. They have the mermaids, which are very sweet, and they do have certain powers, but they are generally harmless. But in here, the fact that our sirens are also warriors, they looked at it as a new type of heroine. I'm interested in a way of working, whether you work over two projects at once, simultaneously, or do you devote yourself to one project and this work lasts for a year or more. How do you look at this? Are you working on something? Yes, I'm working on several at once, and then I have a moment when one project requires a lot more work and devotion than others. Does this result from the money, or is it because it's easier for you to put it in your head and separate one project from another, and suddenly you can jump from one project to another and think about something else? Well, it arises from those two things, actually, because the projects are at the very early stage right now, and when they do, they require a lot of script writer, and I'm not a script writer. I'm a director. It's a different story for directors who write their own scripts. I spoke to a friend who writes scripts, and he had so many proposals that it's very difficult to jump from one world to another, and suddenly he finds he loses control which world he is in and which hero he talks about. So it's very difficult for the script maker. It's very easy for a director if you don't have a final the final stage of the project. It's easier to go from one world to another. So once I start working on something, I concentrate on it totally. But I don't have so much experience. You would have to talk to directors who have much more experience than I have. So I think it's worth to work over several projects at once when it comes to when you're a director. If you're talking about script writers, you also have to have a chance to find a distance from the text, and the longer the time you don't work over a text, the more you look at it from an outsider. When you're an insider, it's very difficult to notice mistakes. And I have friends and script writers who come back to the text after a year and they're quite shocked. How could they write something like this? This is what distance allows you to do. This change of seasons, changing from one project to another, depending on the stage at which the project actually is. It also depends on whether it's a short form or medium form or a full feature film. It's difficult. It's difficult to pinpoint this. I don't know if you're a director or a scriptwriter. No, I'm an observer. Oh, an observer. We have scriptwriters here, and I believe that it's so difficult things. I wrote once okay, I talked to a writer who says that I told him, are you writing the text during like a week? He said no, 2 days. So it's like a marathon. In our case, you have to separate this energy and for a script into many years, because the script writer has to write 10 versions, 11 versions, or more versions. In case of production, the producers always say, okay, could you write the next version? And you've got this script writer who has no money. You don't get any money for rewriting. You don't know if it's going to work. You don't know if it's going to be implemented anywhere. So in case of the Daughters of Dancing, we have this assumption: we will only start working when we will get the money from the producer. For me, it was extremely difficult to get this money as a director. I knew that it's a totally different it's a totally different thing when you know that something is gonna be filmed, and when you don't know. When you're writing it at a school, it's like writing on a sand. Depends whether you depend on the wind. But when you know when something's gonna be made, then you have a totally different energy. Now this is a story that we want to describe. How much time does it take from starting out and then until the decision is made of filming? Well, we had the agreement signed in 2013, so it's like 2 years from the concept phase. And in 2012, the Robert sent us the text message. We were wandering around with our ideas. Then we had this December 2013-14. We were at the set, so it's like 3 years, and then we've got the editing, the premiere. The film was finished exactly in September 2015, 2 days before Gdynia Festival. Our producer sort of hastened our work because he wanted us to show it at the festival. So it was like 3 years of you devoting your energy and thoughts before you got any money. Yes, as I said, the producer gave us the money. It gave us 20,000. He gave us 20,000 zlotys, but for writing the text and for writing the songs. For us, it was quite important. In PIS you get the grants or you don't. And for me, it's another question: if you get the money from PIS and you don't get the money, you have a different approach. So there are variables which have a lot of subconscious impact on how you do the film. Thank you very much. You see, this is a long process. It doesn't happen from one day to another. A lot of energy invested, a lot of people you talk to. The Robert also had a big support in you. Yes, that's true. Yes, he wanted to make a film about Beksiński family. He was going from one director to another for 6 years, and nobody wanted to film it. So these are the films which are being developed in like years after years. So for a very experienced scriptwriter, he develops. It takes 2 years to develop the script. Even though you might think that you are great, sometimes you might write something. Today you can't write like Skolimowski, who wrote the script for Nóż w wodzie, the Knife in the Water of Polański, in 2 weeks. I think today it's not possible anymore. Are you taking into account writing a script by yourself? No, it's too difficult. I tried to write myself when I was a student. Unfortunately, in Poland we have this notion that in film schools that the directors should write, because there was not a in the film schools in Katowice and Łódź, you are forced to write the short stories yourselves. You've got this script writing. Now you've got the script writing being taught separately, in which it might be slightly different. But I tried it, and it's really painful, and I can't do it at the same level as the script writers do it, and it doesn't give me a lot of satisfaction. It's a very difficult, it's a very tiring part of the job. I think it's an absolute base and foundation of the film, and it's the least recognized part of work. I don't know why it is so that the actors are so loved, the directors are so too, and the screenwriters are not really taken into account. I'm waiting, and I'm not willing to write myself. I'm waiting for your texts. Barbara Szelong, I would like to also relate to your experience of musicals. If it is like starting from the scratch, it would be good to use some sort of other people's experience. And let's say I would like to write a script, and I say it's going to be a musical. And my first question was, is it not too difficult? Would you do a second musical in your career? Or how would you start the script for the musical? First, you would have to start with the music that you want to have, because you start, in order to start the musical, well, we found it in the texts, how to write a musical we found on the internet. You should have this guy who writes the lyrics, but first of all you need to have the music, and this is most important. It should always be composed as notes, as like a total motif. I believe there will be musical set in Poland. I think we don't film musicals because Europe does not have too much of a genre cinema. We still don't have horror films. We still don't have crime stories. At least too many of them for them. They have only genre films. They also said in the US that they're always grateful if they can not only genre but inter-genre film from Europe, because it's something fresh and it is still genre. In Poland, because we had Kieślowski, he was so great. Well, everybody like to think that everything should be like Kieślowski's films. And yes, you have to start with good music. Sławek Toczkę. Agnieszka, I have a question to you, because I saw the Daughters of Dancing for the first time during the selection process for Orły. And then you mentioned that you were going to Sundance, and I already had a feeling that you will get a prize. I would like to also congratulate you on the Sundance and the festival in Italy, if I recall well. I would also ask you to ask you this thing. When you were applying to PIS, was it already a set genre, the musical horror, or one of them, or what it looked like? And how was it presented later in terms of marketing and at the cinemas, and what was the strategy in the United States at Sundance? While working on this, I remember that Jola told us that we have to set up a new genre, we have to develop a new genre and find a name for this. We called it city film. It was like an internal name. When we applied to PISF, it was called a musical, because looking for something common, a musical and horror, it was all very, very difficult. It is very difficult to categorize this, or setting or putting up selecting a convention. It's not something that we do in Poland. In PISF, when we were applying to PISF, we were conscious that we will be creating a new genre, made up from a combination of two genres, and it appeared at the end of the preparation of the soundtrack. In terms of the United States, Jola Galicka also had to enter a genre, and she wrote musical horror, I think. And then in the States, they certainly referred to this film as a musical horror or genre hybrid. because they are much further in juggling the genres. Their perception is totally different from ours, and for them something that is inter-genre has value. In Poland, our distributor was very afraid of the horror part. I think he called it a musical. I must say I don't have any impact on that, so I don't follow this. And there were also teasers which did not include parts about horrors, which resulted in the thing that people were walking out from the cinemas when they met the horror parts. I think in a few years there will be a bit more courage between distributors and also among the spectators and more possibility to see the films that they didn't see before and new genres. My question is simple: which topics and which texts are of interest to you right now? And provide the email address immediately. It all depends, because it's not my way to select topics. I would not like to make another musical again. I wouldn't like to make another horror, because it's like you can I would like to do something either very simple or, well, it depends on the text and the story. And my mail is smoku at smoku SMOKU 2000 with digitals at interia.pl. So tomorrow your email account will be blocked. You know that this goes out to the world through the internet, via the internet. Well, yes. So could you please explain what you would like? If you get mails from scriptwriters, what would you like to get? Not to just fill your account with babble, with a lot of strange text. No. I don't prefer blondes to brunettes. Do you want like a synopsis or the full script in the mail? I don't know. People usually send synopsis and text. Yes, of course, it all depends on, well, the synopsis this is always very, very helpful. Yes, right now I'm sort of taking a rest, I must admit, but I'm working on several ideas. But these are very early stage ideas, and these are never my own scripts. I never ever write. I'm never a co-author. I did that twice already, and twice it ended up in a flop. But then I know right now I will never play in film, I will never be a cameraman, and I will never be a scriptwriter. I've been there and done that. Hi, my name is Mateusz. I would like to go back to the film and to the plot, and especially to the characters, because I have this impression that their activities are there's no consequence. The first one is a scene with two carpets. I'm quite amazed by the reaction from the TV, because I believe that the characters have maybe closer relations with the sirens and some sentiment. There's some change, but there was some change in them, and they also wanted to earn some money on them. Yes, they've just heard that one of them killed the man. She beat him to death, and they got afraid. Also, those reactions and the behavior of this percussion player, it goes into certain grotesque. So yes, in this case, for me personally, it really adds up together, because they get the information from a TV that, as I said, it's all in the convention of grotesque. We should not look at this film from the point of view of psychological drama. We should look at it from different conventions. I think it really adds up. And what about the bass player? We know that he says that Siren will always be an animal. Then she changes, and then have sex, and then he sort of backs off for quite a strange reason. When does he back off? From when he sees the blood, and then he goes to a different girl whom he just met, and well, it's not the next day. It's just fast forward. But yes, that's true. It gets pretty fast at this point. He backs off, and this was also it was also planned. You know, the bassist is a very passive guy. He can't find his place. He doesn't know whether he wants or not. First he says that she's a fish for him. Then she starts to sing. Then they dance together. Then he gets into this relationship, and when she finally gets rid of this tail for him, and when he sees this blood, it's like the first time with a girl. It's not always like this, that after this first time the couple will stay together, because it's also for this heroine. It's something that he leaves splattered in blood because they can't sort of get to the top. Yes, so I think it's a logical sequence, and for Kuba, and this Kuba's character is also adds up very well. So it's quite an absurd situation. Yes. On the other hand, you've got this absurdity and musical and certain shortcuts. This convention, this form allows you for certain shortcuts, and we also wanted it not to sort of put it into pieces by psychoanalysis. Okay, that's the end of my questions. I would like to thank you for organizing and directed this film, and for that I would like to thank you for making first musical we had 4 years, and especially that it's a very good one. Very, very good, some very nice words. Ladies and gentlemen, we're approaching the end of our meeting, so if you have any burning meetings, I think Marcin Starzecki sits there. He's also responsible for the songs here. Congratulations. Marcin was the second director on the set, and he helped. I said it was a teamwork. When this scenario, with the script was prepared, and with the IV equipment, it's also his idea there. Thank you, Marcin, that you dropped by. Coming back to our talks, if you have any questions that you would like to ask, this is exactly the moment that you should ask, because we're approaching the end of the meeting. At 7, show yourself, because can I see a hand up? At 7 we'll be showing the Daughters of Dancing. We would like it to show it to you. If you haven't seen this, you have to join us. Yes, please join us at the cinema. Okay, so I will be the one to finish this. Agnieszka, I would like to congratulate you on the success. I haven't seen on the film. I'm sort of all agog with expectation for the showing of the film, because I believe it must be something extraordinary. It is something that hasn't been, nothing like this has been in Poland so far. I know the music of the Wrońskie sisters, so I'm looking forward to it. But I would like to ask you about the cast. Were you the one to select the actresses who play in your film, or did you need a casting, or did you want people to show up? Did the people whom you wanted to see at this set, did they show up in the film? There are several actresses who are there which look fascinating. Was there anyone who said no because they read the script and said, well, it's too weird for me? Yes, of course, there were many such people. There were many such people. coming back to the first part of your question, it was a casting for the Sirens. It was very, very long and very tedious, but also very interesting because it tested not only the chemistry between the actors, or not only the talent and sensitivity, but also certain skills. And Żywia Kosińska did a tremendous work in doing this casting. We also had slightly older actresses who helped us a lot in the selection of the Sirens and in the trainings, because this casting had a number of stages. Then we had test shooting, because all this casting was based on the Sirens. There had to be good energy between them. Kinga Price, she read the text and she was wondering. She was hesitating. In the beginning, she didn't understand it at all, and for a few months, I was sure it has to be her. She was my dream actress for this. Many people also was quite hesitant about her playing this character, and I knew that she's the right person. And thankfully, after a meeting we had, she agreed. So as I said, thankfully she was open. She didn't know what it is. She didn't quite understand, but she got into this project. After a meeting with me, she had no other doubts. But then she told me that she called Holland and said, she read the first 30 pages and couldn't read more, and she told Holland that this is something outrageous, but Agnieszka Holland told her to go with the flow. Magda Cielecka liked this text immediately as an experiment, as something bold. And even though it was a minor role, she said, yes, for her it's a huge satisfaction to take part in such a project. The similar story with Kasia Herman. With actresses, we didn't have a problem. The actresses are much bolder. I think their heads are much more open. The guys are more picky and they're less courageous, because you have so many male protagonists. Many, I won't drop names, but many guys said no. Thankfully, this is my dream cast. I didn't have impact, I didn't have influence on everything. I can't tell you everything, but many persons also rejected this as a sort of drivel, and they didn't even want to talk about it. I remember. No, especially the older guys. The younger people, maybe Kuba Gierszał, he said he doesn't understand a thing of it. But he's happy that I understand this. And I remember that he came for the test shooting and he saw my attitude. He understood something. He also liked the music of the Wrońskie sisters. And when I told him about this project, when I told him what it's all about during this test shoots, he got into this project. Marcin Kowalczyk, he didn't understand too much either from the text, because that is what I got from my discussions with him. But he knew Robert. They worked together with Krzysztof Skonieczny on the text before. And the Sirens were quite often, with the Sirens it was like this, that the students and actresses, when they got this text, they didn't come to the casting, because this text was very closed, it was very hermetic, it was very difficult, and this film might appeal to some, and to some it will not appeal at all. It will be very difficult to convince actors who just come in and show their face and get into this game of ours or not. The girls have to sort of jump at each other's throats. It's like comedy and tragedy together, especially for the older actors. Totally rejected this. They said it's a joke. One of the actors, when I called him, said, I got this text, but is this a sort of a joke, dear Mrs.? And I said, no. And who gave you money to do this? He was very cultured. He was very calm. I said, peace. What is the budget? And he said, what's the budget? I told him, and he said, mm-hmm. And who else? I said, the Polish television. Interesting. So I understand this is not a joke. Let me think about it. So there were also older actors who just enjoyed it. They joined us because they said it's like something fresh. And I think they liked my stubbornness because I didn't break down. I knew it's gonna be like this. If somebody says it's useless, I know that certain cameraman said it's useless. You won't go anywhere with this. And also the people whom I really admire, they said, "I'm sorry, it shouldn't be like this. It should be very different." Everybody had his own vision for this. In the committee, he said, you have it written like in Wojna domowa. It's you have to have those tales drawn. It might be really fun, and then you don't really know what's gonna look good or not, and then you start to draw things like other people tell you to do. But this has taught me that you have to follow your unique vision, a unique vision for which you got the award. Yes, you followed your award, you realized what you wanted to do, you realized your dream, and it led you to beyond frontiers, to the places about which the many directors with big names can only dream. What are your dreams now? Well, I would like to do something totally different. Just to learn new things. People expect you to do again the same thing. They would like you to be in a certain drawer. They would like to catalog you. You can very easily become a slave of a form of your former film. Yes, Ewa Puszczyńska was talking about that they're doing another film with Paweł Pawlikowski, how to rid Ida out of your head so that you don't do another Ida. How to make another film which is good but it's not a repetition of your former success. Agnieszka, thank you very much for this meeting. If you want to stay with us, I would like to invite you here to our film. I would like to sum up this meeting and to give you advice to screenwriter. You had many nice warm words for us. What's your advice for us? First of all, don't give up. I don't know how it is to be a script writer. I have good friends who, after writing one version, one after the other, one draft after the other, you're just in the beginning of this road, many of you. And I believe that you have to fight for your own right and for your own business, because everybody has their own idea about your text. Everybody will have their own idea. Everybody thinks that they know better than yourself what to do. But what I've learned during such workshop in France, a guy who was running them, he was very good in. He asked you what you wanted from your characters, and what you wanted from the action, and what you wanted from the plot. You have to. He said that you have to answer the question: what is most important for me in this text, and what you can give up. Once you have the answer to those two questions, then it's very easy to work on the following drafts. Talking about supporting young scriptwriters, we have Ania Dębowska here, who's a graduate of script writing here, and Agnieszka Smoczyńska agreed to be her mentor during on her diploma, for which she's eternally grateful, and I'm also very grateful to you for the meeting and for your advices and for your stories. Thank you very much.